Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. It's 1:02 p.m. on a Wednesday. It's 2:25:26. 70 degrees in my house, as you can see from the clock on the wall. Sorry, the microphone was shut off, and I didn't know because piece of shit, cocksucker, child rapist, Windows software developers are incompetent and can't manage to keep my microphone connected for longer than a day. And so we should see some prosecution and cancellation and the death of Microsoft, hopefully, and maybe the death of the Xbox even, but hopefully maybe maybe these software developers will be brought to justice. We can only pray to God that the software developers are brought to justice for the terrible child rape and the terrible fraud and scamming that they did to people as they pass the cost of business onto the consumer with these terrible operating systems that shut off your microphone every single fucking day. So anyways, debt to the software developer industry. I need a reset. Fuck them. They've been fucking the children the worst, and they gotta go. These worthless piece of shit software developers. You think I'm kidding, but no, I believe in prosecution for these fucking terrible child rapist software developers like Bill Gates and most of the people at Microsoft. I'm terribly sorry, but after the product torturing us for 25, 30 years, I'm okay with you guys being prosecuted and going to jail, losing your families and your homes. I mean, that's only really what you wished upon others, as you stole their money. So, we'll wish it upon you. Anyways, I love you guys. Gonna drop it off the big face. I'm playing some World of Warcraft retail because you guys bought me Midnight. And I love you guys. Thank you for buying me Midnight. We're gonna get something more positive now that the piece of shit cocksucker software developer failure isn't so much of a factor anymore. We're gonna move on here. And sorry, I lost 45 minutes of my work day here. Imagine if you went to work and Microsoft stole an hour from you. What would you do to them? Would you hurt them physically? Like, if you went to work and you suddenly didn't have your hourly pay for that hour because Microsoft decided to shut off your microphone without your permission, what would you do? Would you physically hurt them for stealing an hour worth of your work? That's what I would do. But we don't. We just allow them to keep stealing, and we don't ever prosecute software developers ever because they bought all of our fucking governments with their lobbies. But if they weren't controlling the lobbies, we could dream a little dream of software developers being prosecuted for the terrible fucking problems they cause humanity. We can only dream. So, there we go. But I like some of the stuff they do. You know, we'll see.
We are a force of balance in a chaotic
You fuck
ocean.
me, you steal an hour like that from me, I'll talk about you raping children, and I want your fucking ass prosecuted, you fucking worthless piece of shit, cocksucker, brain dead, Microsoft software developer, fucking child rapist, pederast pieces of shit passing the cost of business onto the fucking consumer. I'll see those buildings burn like the fucking prisons, you worthless piece of shit software developers. Those data centers, we're gonna burn them like the prisons, you stupid piece of shit cocksucker software developers. Fuck you. Cool, I got Zen Pilgrimage again, even though I used Zen Pilgrimage to come here. I don't know.
You are a
Select an artifact weapon to pursue.
darkness.
Brewmaster, Mistweaver, or Windwalker. We'll take Brewmaster. There's a new legendary thingy. Whoa, what happened here? Did you respec me? You didn't respec me, did you? No, you respect Mistweaver, I think. No, you respec me to Mistweaver. I see. Okay.
We are a force of balance.
So I don't have no idea what I'm doing, and I
ocean.
don't care. That's the problem with the piece of shit software developers passing cost of business onto the consumer. They spend $500 million on a fucking story that I don't care about, and I don't track, and I don't follow. Sooner or later, they'll just be prosecuted, and they'll be out of here.
Strong in this time of unrest.
They won't do shit like this to waste our time anymore. Okay.
You are a beacon of light in the darkness.
I am. Fuck the software developers. I'll see them prosecuted like a Jedi would prosecute Sith. Fuck them. With my lightsaber. In my pants. Oh, here's a player. Oh no. Orbit. Oop. What was this? It's a Garmer. Is he even... Oh yeah, he is faction. Nice, he did kill me. I couldn't reach him. Nice, good fight. Good fight. Oxynome. What's a Garmer doing in a fucking small fucking idiot? Oh, well, I've already made twice what the ship is worth, so... Let's go, back out. Bangju Cartel. What does Legion have to do with this? What are you on about, developer? I don't follow your weird shitty story, I don't care. It's worse than a fucking telenovela. I really don't care. Now I'm in some crazy city. Oh, I'm in fucking Dalaran. Speak with Tac Tac. What if I don't want to? You want me to go to Stormwind? I don't know. Go to the Widow Rek'Nai and the Weaver's Lair. Which one are we tracking? Is it that one? No, wait, what? Oh, Nightfall in... Magic message, uniting the Isles.
You've arrived just in time. Be mindful of your duty.
God, I don't care about this story.
I was hoping to see you. Remain vigilant.
Quest log is full.
Always appreciated.
Damn it. How many can I have? Damn it, I have a turn in the Nexus. What is the next time I'm going to be in there? Who cares? I don't care. Get rid of it. The blood... I have 3 turn-ins in the Blood Furnace. I think I can get back there fucking easy enough if I take the portal to... No, I mean, I don't care. What is it? What do these pay? 20 gold and a bad headdress. I don't really care about 60 gold. I don't care about it enough.
There remains much to be done. It's good to have you on our side. Any disturbance should catalyze the sequence. Just give it a poke or something.
Ethel Kanesh. I am Thalysra of the Shal'Darai, the Nightborn, first Arcanist in the court of Suramar. My people have made a dire pact, one that spells doom for this world. Time is short. If you have found this message, you are capable of finding me as well. Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Idnala Kanesh.
Ah, good to see you. We will defend Azeroth together. It is a world of wonder. Be careful, champion. The land of Suramar has been wild for 10,000 years.
Suramar.
She must have come this way. Keep looking. Arash Falas!
You just want to rehash all their old content or whatever. What do I do?
Make haste for Suramar. You may be our last hope. Idnala Kanesh. I hope someone out there is listening. Need to keep moving. Wrath! Withered. I must be getting close. Wrath Domas! Stand down, Erasmus! Can you not see that Elisand has forsaken us? Anna! That will buy me some time.
Die!
Is this an old quest? Suramar, 11 out of 11. Night Fallen, Monk Order. I don't want to do Night Fallen. Legion Fall. Shadows of Argus, Legion. What do you mean? I don't want to do the Legion campaign. I guess I don't have anything else. I'm gonna harp back. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no idea what's going on. What quest they even have me doing. I have no idea.
I have calibrated my prices to be
Oh
reasonable.
look, it's like 5,000 gold worth of trains. Oh good.
My directive has been fulfilled. directive is to serve you. I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Music's so good.
Speak and be heard. My directive is to serve you.
Do you have a query?
What's happening? Safe travels.
Do you have We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation. I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Maybe some of these add-ons are working.
My thanks for your patronage. My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse my inventory again.
What? Where did I go? Where did you take me? I clicked an NPC. Where the fuck am I now? Shall I hearth? I don't know. Where the fuck am I? Dawn of the Infinite. Dragonflight. I don't know, man. Just take me back to what I was doing. Wait, you... Oh, yeah. There we go. So, but how do I get back to Stormwind now? What happened? They, like, redid the whole monk thing, but where's the portal back? Oh, no. Where am I? What's going on? Why do you break things that already work? Oh, my God. Where's the portal to Stormwind that I've had for, like, 20 years? You're fucking stupid. Why do you break things that don't need broken? You're so dumb. This did not need a rehash or whatever it is you did. You just can't come up with new stuff, so you go reinvent the wheel. Because you're a piece of shit software developers. You actually are. Most of you guys really suck at your fucking jobs. There's a dude over there, and I don't really want to mess with him, and plus he's probably chopped all these trees. I was going to listen to some Kira.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. And it's another day as an MMO fan. You wake up, what's going to happen today? Is there going to be a new game announced? Is there going to be some good news? No, because I like MMORPGs. So instead, which project's been cancelled? Which MMO's been shut down? Who's been scammed? Which development studios just laid off most of their staff? It's just another day, right? And in this case, we're talking about Core Punk, which I've not covered on any of my channels for a long time for a reason, which is going to play a factor into this.
It's isometric.
And that's because,
it's a scam.
One, I don't follow, like, I have no interest in following long development.
Yeah, I don't know why you do League of Legends and Path of Exile as it is. Why do you do isometric scams in 2026? I don't know. I asked you this 4 years ago, and I mean it even more now. Oof. Why do you buy Diablo 2 Remastered for $40? You're stupid. Or Diablo Immortal. Diablo Immoral.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within us.
I'll go ahead and pack the supplies. See you down below.
You didn't... The War Within, here we go. Riftwalker reports into Logris Rift. Oh, I need to go to the Great Vault, I guess. I don't know. I can't track all your stupid schmeckles. There's way too much shit to do now. You have lost your way. You replace clutter for gameplay. This is like clutter. Like, go to this place, do to that thing. You don't remember why, but do it anyways, or whatever. It's fucking weird. It's like, I don't remember why I should even do this. Mythic Keystones is... What? Oh, no. Did you take me back to this other place? What? No. Where does this go? Portal to Tazavesh. Portal to Ravendreth. Ravendreth? Okay, I don't know what's going on, man. What the fuck's going on, man? I have no idea. What the fuck's going on, man? I don't know where this is or what's going on. Ugh. We're in the Nexus, or not the Nexus, but where is it? What's this zone? It's like, oh no, this is, oh wow, it's a whole new zone. Never mind. Jesus Christ, it reminds me of that zone from TBC. It's not the Nexus, it's called, oh god, Mana something or another. I can't remember all the names. I don't care. Alright.
Cycles for games anymore. I'll cover it when it's announced. I'll cover it if anything major happens, including any drama, and then I'll cover it when it's like playable, and then eventually when it fully releases. So with Core Punk, I was never going to cover all the updates or anything because I have no interest, but I wasn't going to cover the drama either, for one specific reason, and that is that this is a Ukrainian development studio. So obviously, once this game was on my radar, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully it turns out well. It looks pretty interesting. It's going to be a niche game, but, you know, I'm part of the niche that this is intended for. I'm waiting, and then Russia invades Ukraine. And at that point, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to cover any of the negatives or drama or anything around the game, because they've already had a rough enough time as it is, trying to relocate and probably secure funding and make sure everyone's okay. And then developing a game while your family's going through a literal war. There's plenty of other games that I can talk about that's having drama where people don't have this going on. So I just gave them a pass, and I was just like, you know, I'll come back to it when there's something playable. And then here we are today. Now we have to cover it because they've apparently just laid off a lot of staff. And this post, there's information coming from the Discord, from the community manager, that contradicts this a little bit. So we don't exactly know the scenario right now. If you worked here and you've been laid off, feel free to reach out. Would appreciate if you did. Let me know your story. Let me know what happened. Let me know the extent of this so that the public knows. But this post reads, "Hi guys, unfortunately, almost all of my colleagues were laid off, including me. Looking for a new job, would be grateful for any help. Specialize in making stylized characters and props. from sculpting to textures. Here are some
Begging
examples
for
of my
a
work.
job.
Some of them I created myself
Because
from
you guys
scratch.
mishandle
And some of
everything.
them I
You're a
worked as
developer,
texture
you
artists, only more
mishandle
works in my
everything.
portfolio. So this has obviously immediately sparked a discussion: is core punk dead? And according to the Discord server, where
Yes.
people started discussing this immediately, the community manager, which I don't know whether or not this is a person who works at the studio and is there and is speaking on behalf of the studio, but it doesn't sound like they are. They said, quote, "It's just more of the same situation as far as I'm aware. Currently at a point where a new round of funding is coming in currently, so it was considered a good point to reevaluate business strategy / structure so as to try and make sure said funding is properly used. As far as I'm told, the last several months of patches and content were done by around 20% of the people in the company, the core team." That doesn't make a great deal of sense. None of this makes a great deal of sense, honestly. But it continues. So instead of spending more of this new round of funding in keeping non-essential people, it is meant to be used to increase production, to outsource more production, and some AI pipelines for day-to-day work. As far as I'm aware, the questions about this were seen in the Q&A and should be getting an answer. In short, / the main point, the core team that has been working on the game from the beginning has always been the core of the project. 90% of them are still here. The other 10% decided to leave due to their own life plans, and this was a good time to exit the project. Now, none of this makes sense, right? And obviously, in the world currently, you're not allowed to use AI, even though we know either now or in the very near future, a large percentage of studios are going to use some form of AI in their workflow. Maybe it's not going to be generative AI. Maybe it's not going to be the thing you specifically dislike. We just know that this is going to happen. But to talk about using it at this point is a very bad idea. People are going to react incredibly negative to it, because what it sounds like when you say we've just laid off a lot of people, and according to this person, most people, and your response is, oh, actually it's okay because we're going to be using more AI. That sounds fucking awful. Because if you're laying off artists to then say, oh, AI, and it doesn't inspire anyone with confidence, even if you just mean it's going to be a little bit here and there of something that isn't generative and something that isn't going to replace real people making real things. I am of the opinion, always have been of the opinion on pretty much every aspect where you can go into like the ethics of whatever. If you make something that's good enough, most people will find a way to look past it. If you can make something people feel is great, they're not going to care if you use AI. Sure, some people will, but obviously at the stage where you're at now, where the game's not finished and the news is negative, mentioning this is just a bad idea. That being said, when you read the rest of this communication, which again, I don't think this is from like an official okay, let's put this out as a press release. This is just from a guy. The idea that there can be such a disconnect between, oh, almost all my colleagues were laid off, to, oh, it's actually fine and the core are still developing the game and everything's going to be okay and we're actually getting more money. This, these two things cannot be true. Also, the idea that when you're talking about layoffs, you can also say people decided to exit the project. They're not the same thing. And obviously we know, if you're going to lay off a bunch of people that were already built into the workflow of your company, you're doing it for financial reasons, unless you just kept them on this whole time till you got to a point of layoffs and then decided, oh yeah, we'll just lay off a bunch of people now instead of, getting rid of underperformers or something as you discovered they were underperformers, which would mean you're not running the business very well. There's not really a lot of ways you can logically spin layoffs other than a financial concern. And when your response is basically, oh, we're getting more money, so we decided to lay off a bunch of people, it does sound like one of those scenarios where the water falling on my face is kind of warm and it might be piss. Why for months of releasing updates was only 20% of your development studio actually part of those updates, according to this? There's just a lot of questions about this that really don't make any sense whatsoever. And again, I've tried to have the ultimate goodwill with not talking about Core Punk because I knew the game wasn't doing incredibly well. I know this game doesn't have a lot of players on it. But there are just a lot of things about this that don't make sense. And eventually, once a game is having this many problems, regardless of whether or not they've had a really rough time, which there are people in the MMO subreddit, by the way, saying crazy shit like, oh, the war was, you know, it started 4 years ago. They don't have that excuse anymore. Yeah, they do. Their country is still being invaded. Friends, family is still at constant risk. Like, they probably lost loved ones. They probably had to vacate homes and be away from family that are then at risk. I don't think it's reasonable to sit from a place of safety and be like, yeah, actually, no, this is not a factor whatsoever. This is one of the circumstances that you absolutely do give people leeway, where their project that could have been a success previously is way more likely to fail than pretty much anything else going on. That being said, it is always going to be weird to me if they are having financial problems to have never released on Steam. Because there is this handy dandy feature on Steam called Early Access, where you can launch a game into Early Access and get money for an unfinished product, which is literally what they already do with the game being, you know, in an alpha state. You know, you can go on their website and you can buy Early Access packs and things like that. So clearly they're comfortable selling packs for the unfinished game. But there is a quote from them saying from a long time ago of why they wouldn't release on Steam, and they said, this was from 2020, so obviously a lot changes in that time. They said, right now we are focusing on our launcher. It might change, but Steam isn't the best place for MMO releases. Sounds weird, but somehow it is. Haven't seen a successful MMO launch on Steam yet. I mean, despite the fact that obviously Ashes of Creation completely exploded in a fiery ball of mayhem that nobody can look away from because it's so fucking glorious. The glorious Ashes of Creation community got to witness a glorious fucking explosion, and it's gonna be burning for years till we figure out everything that happened. But despite that, the game still made a good chunk of money. The game still made millions of dollars and had a bunch of players on it, and would have been considered a successful MMO launch. And there's a bunch of successful MMOs on Steam. So I think that's fucking nonsense, personally. The only reason to not launch on Steam is because you don't want to risk the future of your company based on whether you get like really bad negative reviews and people are looking at the Steam chart numbers and they're like, oh, I don't want to get into the game because the objective reality of how many people are playing. But obviously, if it does turn out that Corepunk needed the money, you would have thought they'd have at least given that a shot. But obviously, you also run the risk of, if you do know you're running out of money and you release on Steam and then you don't get the desired outcome and then you run out of money, people are going to call you scammers. The only other thing is if you don't want to give Steam the 30%, but it's like, would you rather give somebody 30% of something or you keep 100% of nothing, right? It seems pretty common sense to me if your game's in this position. But who knows? You know, maybe there's like some contractual thing or some actual reason they can't release on Steam. Either way, this is sad. And it's sad for a number of reasons. One, because I was always going to be rooting for a studio that had such a difficulty due to the circumstances that are completely outside of their control to come through that period and release something successful in spite of what was going on. But also because obviously every time we get really bad news like this, and this isn't to say Corepunk's totally done, but this is not a good sign, no matter how somebody in the community manager role wants to try to spin it. Layoffs are never a good thing. It's never a positive. Like, oh yeah, guys, now we can really develop the game. Now that we fired these people and might outsource to people who haven't worked on the game for years, so they need to be brought up to speed. Cheaper labor people usually, and we'll use AI. These are not good things. Like, there is nothing you can do to spin this as some kind of positive. But also because obviously the MMO genre, every time this happens, is just one less thing. And it's also other people invested in this company with the idea that this thing was going to be a successful product in the future. And this is another group of investors, whoever they are, that are then going to look at the games industry and more specifically the MMO genre and say, nah, actually, fuck that. It was a massive risk. It was massive gambling. It didn't pay off. And look at all these other things that didn't pay off in the MMO genre. And that's just going to continue to feed into the whole situation we've got now, where no motherfucker is putting money into the games industry and certainly not into the MMO genre, which is one that I've loved for a very long time. So that sucks. I really hope that this isn't the end of Corepunk, but you are never going to convince me that doing a big round of layoffs where people are comfortable saying the majority of the people, the majority of my colleagues were laid off, is going to result in like a healthier game long term, or something that already wasn't doing super well because there's hardly any people playing this game according to the Discord, is suddenly going to get more popular, earn more money, and get to release faster as a better product based on losing, you know, a bunch of people that work in there. That being said, if you did work at this company and you've been laid off, or if you're still working there and you want to have a conversation, give me some insight on what's going on, of course, you will be kept completely anonymous. Just reach out on any of the social media links below. And for the rest of you, thanks for watching as always. Check GamerSups out. 20% discount is still going on right now using my code. And also, you can support me on Patreon if you want to. Give me some money. You get absolutely nothing in return. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
A lamplighter brings hope. We owe our service to those in need.
This guy wants me to do, like, unlock the fucking... Like, so there's, like, a bunch of stuff. I don't even know where to go. I think this one is the one I'm supposed to do. Okay. Now, that's the one I want to do. Track that one. How do I get to the Telogris Rift? So it won't let me track this one. I guess I don't play FFX side today. I play WoW. Or, well, I guess I could do goldsmithing. Yeah. How do I get to Telogris Rift? Oh, okay. So this portal will take me to the Telogris Rift? Koresh? I don't know. Try it. I don't know. I really don't know. Koresh. Now, is this the Telogris Rift? I don't know. Koresh. I don't know. I really don't know. Lessons in the Void. Okay, so track this one.
The shadows serve us.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back.
Sorry, gotta pick a new video. Pirate Software tried to get me fired. Why Phil got fired by Drawn Out. The best game never by Nice. Everyone is switching to Steam. What do you mean Steam? Discord is over, huh? Oh my god.
And it's another day.
Go.
Vital part of movie making.
Let go!
What is wrong with you?
The light is not the only
You may have heard of the Oscars. In the UK, we have the BAFTAs. And you may have also seen how they were interrupted on stage by a man shouting a slur who had Tourette's syndrome. Now, unfortunately, I can't play the entire clip or YouTube will take the video down. So instead, I'm just going to replace it with a sound effect.
Rumors suggest that Valentine Twilight's Blade Cult has been recruiting an alliance
of the night for a vital part of movie making.
We're here to celebrate the artists who expand what's possible.
The Twilight's Blade have been recruiting here.
We must root out these cultists before they spread their corruption. It's imperative that we stop the Twilight's Blade at its source. Find and eliminate them.
Their evil ends now.
They want to turn everything into a shop. Everything. Even Discord, they want to turn it into a shop so they can sell us things. They're so dumb.
On screen.
So there has been an insane
That's
amount of Discord.
The one way that'll ensure you never make $1 again, you know, is if you keep trying to monetize everything.
Around this online, people have been defending the guy, other people condemning him, saying that what he has done is absolutely unforgivable. Now, I understand that the fence post is 5 meters more up my arse than it will ever be for criticals. I'm going to have an opinion. An opinion some people may not like, but I do want to give some more context first. So the BAFTAs is the British Academy Film Awards. It's basically the Oscars, but with even less viewership. So Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo both presented the award for visual effects, and that's when the slur, you can imagine what the slur was. Come on, man, like you know what it is. It was said by a man called John Davidson. Now, Davidson was actually there to promote the film called I Swear, and this is a fictionalized movie based on the real life experiences people can have with Tourette's syndrome. I Swear was actually nominated for 6 prizes, won 2 BAFTA awards on Sunday, including a lead actor, Robert Aramayo, who plays Davidson. Now, if you didn't know what Tourette's syndrome is, I cannot believe I have to even explain what it is, but apparently the internet at the minute is so absolutely brain dead, some people didn't even know that this was an actual condition until recently. So Tourette's can come in many different forms, but for the most part, it's a nervous system disorder which is characterized by tics. Again, this is different for everyone. It can be verbal tics, it could be physical tics. I mean, a good example of a YouTuber that I can think of with Tourette's is Ethan Klein, H3. He has Tourette's. You can see him on the podcast doing, you know, physical tics. And again, 2 things are really important here. It's involuntary. These aren't things that can be stopped. They just happen because it's a nervous system problem. One person might shout like really horrible, obscene things. The other person might have like physical tics and motions. You are now reminded of that TikToker that faked having Tourette's in a really cringe way for sympathy points and to boost her business.
Maintain control.
Eat the burrito.
Again, it's really important to stress that everyone has Tourette's. Some people can have it incredibly severely, and some people go so under the radar, you wouldn't even know that they had Tourette's. Also, earlier today, I did put out a review of Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. It's not the usual content I put on the channel. I wanted to try and experiment and do something different. So maybe after this, give it a watch. If you enjoy it, I can definitely make more of them in the future. It's kind of a non-linear, rambly kind of review. If you didn't like it, you can tell me to kill myself. One symptom of Tourette's is called coprolalia, which the Tourette Association of America describes as the involuntary outburst of obscene words or socially inappropriate and derogatory remarks. You've probably seen other clips of people with Tourette's when they have a tic, and it can be really shocking, maybe even traumatizing. And as well, for the person with Tourette's, it can be incredibly stigmatizing. They can't control what they say, but they still understand that what they've said is horrible. On the lower end, you've got swear words, but then on the higher ends, you've got actual like racial slurs. Again, it's out of their control because it's a nervous system thing. I've seen people that have said the worst things with Tourette's, and then immediately they just apologize afterwards because it's like, I know what I was saying, but I couldn't control myself saying it. And that's exactly why I Swear was the film that he was there to promote.
Dory's going to concert!
New doorways have
Sorry, everyone.
Right, John. If you're going to visit us more often, which, you know, I hope you are, I need to speak to you about your language. We have one rule in this house, and that's if you do anything you can't help, you never, ever have to apologise for it.
One thing people need to understand is coprolalia purposely makes you say the worst, most obscene, derogatory thing that comes into your mind. And I've seen a lot of people say that this guy that screamed the slur, it was, you know, some kind of like deep-rooted racism or hatred of black people. Not a lot of people want to admit this, but in your brain, you probably have hundreds, if not 1,000 random passing thoughts that are fleeting. And some of these can be really dark thoughts. Things that you would never do or act on, but the thought is still there even for like a nanosecond. The problem is, if you have this kind of condition, coprolalia, you will just blurt out what comes to mind, even if your brain is thinking, no, 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 don't think that thing, don't think that really bad thing. And then the worst thing with Tourette's is a lot of the tics can be brought on because of stress or anxiety. So it's this paradox of wanting to control yourself to not say something, to not think about saying something, and you get more stressed trying to restrain yourself, which makes you just do it more. Now, this wasn't the only tic that was said at the ceremony. Variety actually reported that there was a number of outbursts that Davidson would actually say throughout the BAFTA ceremony, including apparently telling people to shut the fuck up. And then when one film or TV series, I think, won a BAFTA, he just shouted fuck you at them as well. Now, you have the context. The reactions online have been incredibly split. I do want to preface here, I am a white person talking about the use of the N-word, so I basically have no opinion whatsoever. But still, I think it's fair to acknowledge that the guy did not mean it. It was an involuntary tic. And I've seen people make this argument that this is like a bigger problem of like systemic racism, right? Like he had this word, you know, he had it in his vocabulary in the first place. I mean, again, with that with the very long buzzword that I keep saying, you will say the most disgusting, obscene word. You see a fat person walking down the street, you'll say, oh, you fat bastard. Obviously, the N-word is definitely a lot higher on the list there, but the reason why he shouted that out when there were two black people on the stage is because he knew that that was a horrible word to say in the first place. Obviously, if you hear that word and it does offend you, you are definitely allowed to be offended over that. I don't think there's an argument to be made there, but blaming him for a mental condition that he has, it just doesn't make any sense. And he's done interviews about this afterwards. He has been absolutely ashamed about it. And then Shayla Amamaya, who is a black woman with Tourette's, she actually spoke about this incident on TikTok, saying that it's okay to be offended, but it's not okay to be ableist. She even said that she suffers with coprolalia, and for her, it's a tic as well.
Hating on your condition, specifically coprolalia, because that's something that is already very embarrassing for all of us. Not going to say that people can't be offended. However, it's not something that somebody can control. It's not something that somebody wants to say. And I've been seeing a lot of people be like,
Looks like but it's not okay to be ableist. She even said that she suffers with coprolalia, and for her, it's a tic as well.
Hating on your condition, specifically coprolalia, because that's something that is already very embarrassing for all of us. Not going to say that people can't be offended. However, it's not something that somebody can control. It's not something that somebody wants to say. And I've been seeing a lot of people be like, well, he said it like when the crowd went silent. that is most likely when a tick is going to happen when you're in public, when you're in complete...
Something I noticed about the TikTok culture is they seem to want to lecture you about these things that are relative to every person's experience. Like, this is how you should think about this or whatever. Like, there's some kind of college teacher teaching you about Tourette's when it's just their own personal experience, and you're lecturing me like a college professor, like your word is law. But I'm sorry, I need a little bit more foundation than just your opinion. And it's like weird, like I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about like in general. You see people on TikTok just lecturing you like they're God's gift to that fucking topic or whatever. And I don't know, like I would understand that if you were like a court evidence, you know, if you were like a court specialist at if you're like an information specialist that a court calls in to testify at a murder trial, you might be considered an expert. But these people, they treat themselves like armchair experts, and I don't know, I think it's actually really relative.
Apologies. The cosmic backwash was turbulent. This is as close as I could get you. Solia must be nearby. Were I to make a wager, I'd put coin on the ruins ahead.
Silence, or when you're trying not to say or do something.
So the BAFTAs put out a pretty generic statement saying that, you know, they're sorry for everyone that was offended. They tried to clarify what Tourette's are. Just kind of a nothing burger statement. But they do clarify that after John said it, he did actually choose to leave the auditorium himself and then watch the ceremony from a screen. Now, that being said, Delroy Lindo did actually speak to Vanity Fair at a Warner Brothers after party, saying that him and Michael B. Jordan, that presented the award, did what we had to do. But they wish that someone from BAFTA actually spoke to them afterwards. But then one thing that people pointed out very quickly, which is quite strange, is the BAFTAs, for safety reasons, I assume, and to have more control, they're all pre-recorded, right? Like, this isn't live. So they could have easily cut this segment out of a guy screaming the N-word on stage, but they didn't. Like, for example, when one winner was speaking out about Palestine, their entire segment talking about that was removed entirely.
Free Palestine, thank you.
Now, the BBC made a statement. They didn't actually seem to explain why the tick wasn't edited out or bleeped out. And then when the story gained traction, the BBC did another apology. I love how the biggest news company in the UK is called the BBC. Why would you like to work at the BBC? I love the BBC. I cannot get enough of the BBC. So their cope was that they didn't actually catch the guy saying the N-word because they were working in a truck. Now, John Davidson also made a statement. Apparently there was a big announcement saying that, you know, there's someone here in the audience who has Tourette's. He will say some probably pretty fucked up things. He doesn't mean it. It's basically a tick. It's kind of like the person on the plane when they announced that they got a peanut allergy so no one can have peanuts. How the fuck is it? What? How did I make that comparison? That doesn't make sense at all. What? And he's also done other interviews saying that, you know, when he got, I think like an OBE or MBE or knighted by the Queen or whatever it was, he basically said, fuck you to the royal family. So he has just been, you know, rage baiting pretty much every single person he's met with his Tourette's. It's a difficult situation because it isn't his fault. It's an involuntary tick. But at the same time, if you hear that word and you get offended, you have every right to be. Apparently, when he met a woman with cancer, the first thing he said is, you're gonna die. And then when he was receiving his MBE, he said, fuck the Queen. And then when he found his friend dead and the police came, he just shouted at the police saying, I killed him. So again, with that certain form of Tourette's, your brain will go to that point of saying the worst thing imaginable. It can be racist, it can be self-incriminating, it can just be, you know, like those dark thoughts that you do not want to come out that are just, you know, they'll last for like a couple of seconds or something in your head. You might not even notice them. Someone with that form of Tourette's, they'll just blurt them out, usually followed up with an apology afterwards because they genuinely can't help it. Now, I can already see people saying that I've got no right to speak on this topic, which, you know, fair enough. But again, I think it's only fair to talk about someone with Tourette's. And then I can imagine people will rebuttal that and say, wait a minute, didn't you say the N-word like basically 10 years ago? Yes, I did. There's compilations of me on YouTube that have hundreds of thousands of views. I think one of them has around 500,000 views. It's cringe. It's embarrassing. You can tell I was a pasty white kid that never got out the house and was terminally online. And now I'm pushing 30 and it's basically the same thing, except I'm going through twink death. That was a time on YouTube where people were saying that word non-stop. There were many other big creators that I could think of that were saying that word.
I don't like that word.
Excuse me, does that make it better in any way?
No, it's a terrible word.
Not at all. I like to think when
I've
something
never
like that
used that
happens,
word.
if you've got like, you know, an edgy past of saying things that you really shouldn't have, you've got three options, right? The first option is the good one. That's admit what you did is really fucking bad, learn from it, and then move on from that to better yourself and then hopefully better the people around you. The second option, just be a complete fucking edgelord and double down. And the third option is probably as bad as the second option. You become this weird kind of remorse troll and you're that guilty about what you did, you go around policing people online. Very strange behavior. So Amaranth is going through something at the minute that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about. It is incredibly confusing to find context here. So there was a fight between her and her husband, Nick Lee, where they get into like this physical altercation over a laptop.
I'm doing what? Let go! Let go! I was moving the laptop. You're trying to physically rip it from my fingers.
It's my laptop.
No, it's not.
I asked you. What?
What wrong with you?
Now, Amaranth obviously needs no introduction. She's incredibly successful. She's an OnlyFans model, has a disgusting amount of money. And years ago, she sent me a jar with her farts in it. That's not even a joke. I wish that was a joke. Oh, it's not a joke. Now, Nick Lee is her husband. He's also very financially well off. He's actually a streamer on Kick. So this fight broke out apparently with them accusing each other of cheating and arguing over who owns this laptop and who could use it. And eventually they just start to take this laptop from each other by force. And at one point, Amaranth actually says that she's scared because Nick dumped her stuff out of the bag and wouldn't let her get it back.
You literally took my duffel bag and dumped it all out. That's why I ran away. I was scared of you. And I was gonna do key card to get back to the group. There's nothing on me. I didn't have shoes on.
I didn't make you leave.
You scared me by taking my duffel bag and dumping everything on the ground.
Okay. And then while they're arguing over the laptop, they're accusing each other of cheating in the past, while saying that this isn't actually the first time that this has happened to them.
You want to talk about when you gave up in the parking lot to a guy? Because that was pretty crazy.
Anonymous sent $3.
I would say that's infidelity.
I would say that's infidelity.
Oh, how about your emails I have, huh? How about all those?
You mean the ones that you fucking had Jolie write?
No, they're not true.
Did Jolie write one?
There's a lot of back and forth here. Again, I really don't know why all of this was
should
streamed
not
in
be
the
with
first
that
place.
man.
Basically, they're both just blaming each other constantly for damaging the other person's career and reputation.
You wanted me not to slander you. How does the laptop help that?
I was asking you not to do that, but
I had art. Okay, but you're already free. So was I typing it or was I done typing it?
And at one point, Amaranth actually calls the police for help. And then Nick says he's going back to America to try and divorce her.
Okay, I'm gonna play the next game. I'm gonna go back to America now. I'm gonna divorce you. Goodbye. You've already shown you can't be trusted. You stole my laptop. You tried to go on my kid profile. I don't want you coming in the room with my stuff.
Now, it seems that Nick has deleted the VOD, but obviously the way the internet goes, anything that happens will and stay online forever. But there was actual posts afterwards on LSF that claim that both have actually been detained and taken to
movies
a
go
police
offline
station in
forever
Peru.
all the
now,
time.
this was being
Hollywood
streamed,
movies
I think, on Nick's
disappear
account,
offline
and
all
his
the time.
chat basically
Not
had no
everything exists
sympathy
on the internet
whatsoever. They
forever.
just
It's
accused the
actually
entire
weird
thing of being staged,
policy.
peak script, porn tier acting. But then there were other people that thought that this was a really long, ongoing issue, maybe upwards of like 10 years. So back in October in 2022, Amaranth announced that she had actually been secretly married. She talked about emotional abuse, financial abuse, including the husband apparently controlling her finances, forcing her to stream with wild threats, like, for example, killing her dogs if she didn't complete a 24-hour stream.
All the fucking accounts are, like, two-factor under his number, and all the... He has all, like, the login information of things, you know? It's like the... Keeps you there with the fear and the threats. You fear that he's gonna do something to your animals, and then he's nice again and says everything's gonna be okay.
Christ, you look like a clown.
What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
Nope, did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
That was a whole situation that I actually covered, I think like well over a year ago now. And then in March 2025, she announced that her and Nick were still together on a fucking Aiden Ross stream of all places, where she describes Nick apparently helping defend the home from intruders when they were experiencing a break-in.
Hello. What's up, Amaranth's husband? Nice to meet you. Hi, how's it going? You're a real warrior. You're a good husband, man. You know, you were brave that night. Good shit. You know, everyone says that, but really, I credit her with saving both of our lives.
So in May 2025, there was this really long argument that unfolded on Nick's Kick stream. There was accusations of cheating, financial disputes. This also escalated to the point where Amaranth ended up calling the police, who were then seen at her home at the very end of the stream.
Problem, hey? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Leave. You
face.
can move. You can go away.
I wasn't in camera view. You moved the camera view to me.
Bro?
So again, it's another bizarre one because a lot of people are claiming that this is all fake and it's for attention because Amaranth's views are down. And then the other party are saying that this has been a really long ongoing thing and it's just a very toxic relationship. I have no idea. I just hope the fact that my chat are sympathetic to me, like for example, if I was ever murdered on stream, you'd probably have someone with the posting the turtle biscuit laughing face saying peak script.
Hope you don't mind hepatitis. What?
And now, unfortunately, I have to end the video with some truly god-awful news. Saints Row, the franchise that I basically grew up with, and I loved most of the installments for it. Most of the installments, not that shitty remake that came out. Remember that? The one that I streamed for like an hour and I just gave up like everyone else did. That game was absolute slop. Yep. This sucks. This is terrible. Like, I'm not playing this anymore. Yep. So they've basically came out and said that the franchise is absolutely dead. Like it's not coming back. Chris Stockman, the original design director for Saints Row, said the franchise is definitely dead and there is no chance it's coming back. You know what is really scary to think about as well? You guys remember Saints Row, right? Like the really shitty one that came out. That came out nearly 5 years ago. Where is time going? Where is it going? Now the worst thing is after the Saints Row remake, I guess reboot, let's just call it a reboot. It's complete fucking slop. They actually wanted to make a prequel to the original Saints Row. The problem is Embracer Group, this huge publishing company, own the rights to Saints Row. And after seeing how much of a flopper the reboot was, they don't want to touch it. They're like, nope, not interested. That is a dead game. Now, I know a lot of people made the joke that the game was just ruined by millennials. Millennials enter the game industry and ruin literally everything. Well, Zoomers playing video games. I am so saddened by this because Saints Row was such a good franchise. I mean, the problem is there was already a huge amount of decay on that franchise even before the Saints Row reboot. Saints Row 1 really slept on game. That game is very, very good. I get it. It kind of is a TMU GTA 4. Despite the fact, by the way, and I love this little factoid that I remember for some reason, Saints Row had an option where you had a phone in the game. And you could use it to dial up friends. You could use it to dial up random numbers you found. GTA 4 saw that idea for the phone and they stole it from Saints Row and then put it in their game. So Saints Row did actually innovate a lot. Now, the thing is, Saints Row 1 was very grounded. There was a little bit of humor.
I'm the best racer that ever came out of Chinatown.
How come I've never heard of you?
Because I got tits.
Is that what you call those?
I think your character would speak like 3 times across the entire game.
Shoes?
Actually, they're this season's new.
Bullshit, that's last year's fall collection.
That's not true.
Unfortunately, now the source code for it has been absolutely lost. So to play it, you basically need an Xbox 360 or you need an emulator because there is no chance that game is ever coming out on Steam. The character as well you could play as was incredibly customizable. This was like eyebrows, eyes, heads, all the basic stuff you get in like most games now. But back then, when this came out in the early 2000s, that was pretty good. Also, how you could tell it was a good game, there was a weight slider. If there's no weight slider, no buy. That should be everyone's thinking when they make a $60 purchase in this market. Now, Saints Row 1 was weird because it tried to be grounded. You know, every Saints Row got more ridiculous, more comedic because they knew they couldn't compete with GTA. GTA was always kind of sprinkled with satire. Satire being they just, you know, every Rockstar protagonist is the same person. I'm gonna be honest here, bro. Jimmy Hopkins from Bully is the exact same as Arthur Morgan in Red Dead 2. They are all just meant to be the grounded person that's very quick-witted and they have snarky comebacks. That's it. I get it. Arthur Morgan has his, like, you know, his tragic moments, definitely. But for the most part, it really is just one-liners for a lot of these characters. I'm not saying they're bad characters. I'm just saying that Rockstar definitely has an archetype for a character and they've stuck with that for the past 15 years, basically. I mean, Saints Row 1, you can go to gun stores, you can buy guns, you could hold up your gun to the guy running the store, and then you could try to rob him. You can go into a liquor store, you can get drunk, you could get high, you could rob the store that sold you that stuff as well. You know, it was only like little things, but it was interesting how much you could actually interact with the environment. Oh, I miss Saints Row 1 so bad now, man, just talking about it. I love that game so much. I love that game. But like I said, the story for Saints Row 1 was, for the most part, pretty grounded. Saints Row 2 is regarded as the best one because that's when Volition realized, okay, we can't compete with GTA. We need to kind of crank up the satire here, make it even more of a parody. And that's exactly what they did because it became more bombastic, more comedic. I mean, dude, the character voices you can pick from the start of the game, that just perfectly shows the kind of tone they were going for.
Got something you want to tell me? Go to hell.
That wasn't very nice.
And then Saints Row 3, you moved on from the city of Stillwater to the city of Steelport, I think. This is kind of like the beginning of the end for Saints Row. It never hit the highs of 2. I think 2 added so much content. And then 3, obviously it's a new city. That's huge. I actually remember playing as a kid Saints Row 3, I think on like Christmas Day. And even then, back when I wasn't a jaded, bitter fucker and I actually enjoyed video games, even back then I kind of thought to myself, like, I'm not really feeling this one, boss. I'm not sure why. And then in Saints Row 4, they introduced like the superpowers and then it became a bit bedtime. It really started to just become the same thing over and over then. It became too saturated. There's actually a YouTuber that I used to frequent quite a lot called Flippy, and he has done some really good deep dives into Saints Row. He is much more of a sweat of that series than I will ever be, but I definitely do recommend giving his videos a watch because he goes over the Saints Row series in some really good detail. Okay, I understand. I left you with some bad news. I don't want to put you in a negative headspace at the end of this video, so I'm going to give you some good news. You might remember a certain Simpsons video game that was very good. No, it is not Simpsons skating. No, it's not Simpsons wrestling. No, it is not Simpsons Crazy Taxi. Jesus Christ, they put out so much fucking slop, didn't they? Simpsons Hit and Run. This game was basically Grand Theft Auto in the Simpsons universe. It was crack, liquid crack. It was such a good, addictive game. I love playing it on the Xbox as a kid. So Radical Entertainment created the Simpsons Hit and Run. And then in the 2010s, they had significant layoffs and they basically couldn't make any more games. And they just became a support studio for other Activision games. Much like how a very similar company, Free Radical, not to be confused with Radical Entertainment, they made this amazing franchise called Time Splitters. They, you know, kind of had a downsizing and then they got absorbed into, I think, Crytek to become like Crytek UK. I think they helped with like the Crysis 2 multiplayer, which was really cracked, and then basically just kind of zero and they got shut down. But Radical Entertainment, despite basically not doing anything, is still around, and they've recently announced that they've got a new website called New Radical Games, and they made the Simpsons Hit and Run, right? So that means the possibility of a remaster coming up, but also they made Prototype. They made Prototype 1 and 2. It's the same company. So, oh my God, there could be a chance that we are getting a Prototype and Simpsons Hit and Run remaster in my lifetime. Look, bro, I'm 28 years old, right? I'm basically TikTok grand unk status at this point. I need something to go to the retirement home with, okay? You can even see on their website on Radical Games, like they have Prototype front and center. They know that that was their juicer. Very bizarre timing because I was looking at doing a Prototype main channel video this year. Curious. Very curious. But yeah, that is some good news I wanted to leave you on. I'm praying we get a remaster. Apparently people have already been like mass emailing them saying, please do it, please. So yeah, finally some good news. And maybe we'll get Prototype 3. That's not happening. That's not happening. The second one was so mid. That is not happening. But you know what? I'll happily play a Prototype 1 remaster any day.
I'm not going back to games from 25 years ago. You couldn't pay me.
The Trump administration is flailing. They are losing ground left and right, and their disapproval has never been higher. So why are they doubling down on the most egregious and unpopular policies? Why are they not doing anything to prosecute the powerful people who are in the Epstein files? Why are they doing nothing to regain any amount of public favor? Well, the answer is simple, dear audience, because they know they've already lost. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. I've been hearing a lot online about extinction bursts and how we're seeing that play out with the Trump administration. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about this. Is this seat taken? For those unfamiliar, an extinction burst is a psychology term. An extinction burst is a temporary increase in the rate or intensity of the behavior. An extinction burst in narcissists is triggered by perceived threats to their power, resulting in aggressive and erratic behaviors as they attempt to regain dominance. Sound familiar? This is obviously not unique to narcissists, but it is a common case due to a narcissist's intense need for control and praise and attention, much like Donald Troll. And extinction bursts are usually an escalation from the typical manipulation tactics that narcissists employ, and more shifting towards outright aggression or outbursts. The mask slips.
Make sure you guys don't cut the tape. Make sure the interview was out in full.
Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah.
You said if it's not out, we'll shoot your ass off.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're going to answer the question the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman.
Reclaiming my time.
Because it's honest. So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're not even a lawyer.
The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0.
This is a desperate attempt to regain control and assert dominance, usually through intimidation or fear. And this happens because they feel powerless in their situation. And it's why the process of the extinction burst is often a volatile process. So what are we supposed to do as American citizens? Well, if we look at what the professionals say about extinction burst behavior, the best way are measures like setting boundaries, finding support, and, funny enough, documenting everything. And while it may not be as easy to do this with someone who is in one of the most powerful positions on the planet, the American people are unintentionally kind of already doing this. Number one, setting boundaries. This change in the public narrative is happening because so many people are standing up and saying, we don't want this. This is wrong. The American people are making very clear that this is not who we want representing us, and that the evils being committed by the Trump administration are not tolerated by the vast majority of Americans. Number two, finding support. People are becoming more involved in their communities, sometimes out of necessity, sometimes out of just purely empathy and wanting to contribute and wanting to help. This process of reconnecting with community, contributing, volunteering, and just looking out for each other are ways that we all are finding support. Number three, document everything. Despite large news organizations' best effort to censor stories and even shift the narrative in favor of Donald Troll, in the age of technology, it is only a matter of time before before the truth reveals itself. And we've seen that unfold with a variety of stories coming out over the past few months. How the Department of Homeland Security has tried to spin stories and turn victims into domestic terrorists when the actual footage shows who the real criminals are. We're going to talk a little bit more about this later in the video. But first, I'd like to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. I don't know about you, but I don't trust my government to protect my personal information online. It is alarming how much of our data is just out there for the world to see, and perhaps even scarier how much data brokers will pay for it. In fact, the global data broker market has been predicted to reach over $600 billion by 2030. I don't know about you, but I don't want to make it any easier for them to know all of my private info. I've been a partner with Aura for a while. When they first reached out, I tried their product and it had way more features than I was expecting. I am so used to the things that I pay for doing the bare minimum, or making me pay for different add-ons to get the thing that I actually wanted in the first place. But Aura has literally everything that you will need to protect your personal information online. It's the best VPN on the market, surpassing their competitors in protection and value. They protect your privacy by identifying data brokers selling your info, and takes care of the hard part, automatically removing your info from these sites and keeping it off. They have your real-time credit score, and they can freeze your credit so no one can open credit cards in your name without you knowing. They can see if any of your emails or passwords have been leaked on the dark web. They even have real-time alerts if your data has been compromised, including your bank accounts. And if anything does happen, or includes a $5 million identity theft insurance protection. And they have US fraud experts available 24/7. There's a lot more, but I'll let you find that out for yourself. Go to aura.com/happypancake to try Aura 2 weeks for free. And there will be plenty of time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data has been exposed. So stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Click the link in my description or the QR code on screen to get a 14-day free trial. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you for giving it a try. If you'd like to support my channel and help me continue what I do here, supporting my sponsors is the best way to support me. Like I said, I've partnered with Aura for a long time. They're a wonderful company. I really enjoy working with them, so give them some love. Now back to the video. So what does this extinction burst look like in real time? Well, the Trump administration and the Republicans that have sided with him are doing anything they can to change the tide. And many of these desperate attempts have outright failed already. Their attempts to gerrymander to gain more seats in their special elections has already failed. Republicans are losing special elections left and fucking right, bitch. They are losing seats in deep red districts. They are losing seats in Texas. Never in my life did I expect them to fuck up so bad that they were losing seats in deep red districts in Texas, bitch. You cheated on the test and you still fucking failed. Embarrassing. I'm sure many of you have already heard about Taylor Ramett, the Democrat who won the 9th state Senate district election. Now, this was one of the deep red districts that got flipped. For reference, Donald Troll won this district by 17 points in 2024, and Taylor Ramett won this by 14 points, which is a massive 31-point swing. And this one was a pretty devastating blow. The GOP was kind of shitting their pants with this one. According to the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, since the 2024 election, the Democrats have now flipped 26 seats, and Republicans have flipped how many? 0. So gerrymandering, flop, but they're not stopping there. They are doing everything they can to push through the SAVE Act, which in essence is an effort to keep people from voting in the midterm elections, but we're going to get into that a little bit later. Seemingly out of nowhere, Gallup will no longer be tracking the presidential approval after doing so for 88 years. How big of a check did he write you, Gallup? Now, this is obviously my opinion. This is all alleged. Gallup has said on record that they are moving in this direction because it's more in line with their mission, blah, blah, blah. If measuring the approval rating of the president was so against your mission, why would you be doing it for 88 years? Nearly a century. Now is the time? When you're gonna bow out? When we have a particularly unpopular president? Now is the time? Interesting. I call bullshit. I think you got a fat fucking check or some backroom deal to abandon any and all integrity that you might have had. It's so funny that America is quite literally exactly the type of tyrannical country that we were warned about growing up. You know, the ones where you can't say anything bad about your government or your president. You can't hurt his widow feelings or he will retaliate by trying to kill your family. These are powerful figures with fragile little egos who do not give a shit about the people that they are supposed to be representing. Additionally, Homeland Security has sent subpoenas to Google, Meta, Reddit, and Discord, soliciting the account information, email addresses, names, billing addresses for any accounts who are considered anti-ICE. Oh boy. Now, while this is a blatant violation of the First Amendment, this has never stopped them before. You have people like Mahmoud Khalil and Romesa Ozturk as the most obvious examples of free speech violations. But now, with the overwhelming amount of anti-ICE sentiment in this country right now, are they expecting to get everyone? You would need to get a list of like 90% of the population at this point. It probably would be faster to find people who were pro-ICE. Sorry, I shouldn't be giving them any ideas. Now, this article specified that there were hundreds of subpoenas. So I imagine that if they are actually legitimately doing this, they are going for more prominent voices in this movement. But that being said, this reads to me like a chicken shit intimidation tactic more than anything. This was an anonymous tip from multiple officials inside DHS.
Yeah, the New York Times is reporting that, according to a couple of anonymous government officials, Kristi Noem's DHS has sent administrative subpoenas to Google, Reddit, Meta, and Discord, requesting identifying information such as names and addresses for any accounts that are posting ICE locations or other anti-ICE content, which is not only another step forward for Peter Thiel's mass surveillance state, but also a huge violation of First Amendment rights, since the DHS obviously wants this information to try and terrorize the owners of those accounts. So of course, Google, Meta, and Reddit are confirmed to have voluntarily complied with the requests. It's unclear if Discord has complied as well, but given their recent launch of mandatory age verification, which conveniently uses a third-party verifier funded by Peter Thiel, they're not any better.
Do they have to comply?
No. Much like the administrative warrants ICE likes to use to enter people's houses, administrative subpoenas are not signed by an actual judge and not a court order, so compliance is entirely voluntary. And even if it wasn't, it's not like large corporations like Google and Meta couldn't fight it in court if they wanted to, but obviously they don't. These are the same companies that have donated millions to the Trump administration. Mass surveillance is exactly what they want, both as a means to control the masses and also profit off of them through ad revenue.
But yeah, considering that this is the same organization who failed to properly black out the Epstein files to the point where people were just downloading PDFs and highlighting over them and reading all the words, I don't really have the most faith that they're gonna be successful in this endeavor. Now, with all of this turmoil and flailing and violence being enacted in an attempt to regain power and control, despite the intimidation tactics, despite the fear-mongering, people are still fighting back. Trump continues to lose in the courts, and though it may not seem like it because most of what we see are the headlines about these horrible things and not how these stories eventually conclude, I'll fill you in on some of the losses that have happened in the past few weeks. You know, just doing my part. Federal judge strikes down large parts of Trump's mass detention policies for migrants. So this is a Fox News article that actually talked about this. And in the article, they try to build it up like this judge doing this is a really scary thing. But then when they actually talk about what this ruling means, it is literally one line in the entire article that just says, this ruling could block mass deportations and guarantee bond hearings for many non-criminal migrant detainees. Oh no, what a nightmare. The justice system working as intended. Anyway, I got a giggle out of that one. Next up, a federal judge knocks down Trump efforts to tighten voter citizenship rules. So this was a federal judge blocking Trump's executive order that would require voters to provide proof of citizenship when they register to vote. We love to see it. Another federal judge in Chicago blocked the Trump administration from cutting $600 million in public health funding in 4 states, coincidentally run by Democrats. I wonder why he would do something like that. But it couldn't just be blatant corruption, right? No, impossible. And just last month, you have another federal judge blocking a $10 billion freeze on federal funds for childcare and family assistance in, oh my gosh, again, 5 Democrat-led states. Someone must be messing up the paperwork here or something. This guy's fucking evil, and everybody's working for him is fucking evil. And this is just a handful of stories. There are so many more. This is also just like a general lesson to manage your intake regarding news stories. Honestly, all I had to type in was judge blocks Trump, and I got a bunch of shit that came up of different orders that were getting blocked. So
one of the worst I've ever
ran. If you need a little bit of
ran.
Hope Corps, That's a great way to cleanse the timeline. But it's crazy because
I've not had a bad dungeon experience like
Reagan
that.
appointed judges that are standing up and oh. Sorry, my electricity flickered. You have Reagan appointed judges standing up and speaking out against him. Ronald fucking Reagan. The reason that I am still paying the equivalent of my rent each month in student loan debt, the reason why most of a generation of queer people are fucking dead, that disgusting rat leech of a scumbag appointed these judges who are standing on motherfucking business against a fascist regime. So it really is that bad that even people appointed by Ronald fucking Reagan are doing the right thing. And this isn't even mentioning the people who are standing up to ICE. People are still protesting and being killed by ICE in Minnesota, even though it's not really being covered anymore. It is still happening. But these communities are standing together and pushing and pushing and pushing ICE to get out of their fucking neighborhoods. And god damn it, I love them for it. According to YouGov, nearly half of all Americans support the abolishment of ICE. 47%. That is so wild. Growing up, like in a post 9/11, like very early post 9/11 world, I never could have imagined this, and yet here we fucking are. People are so fucking done with this criminal organization operating with complete impunity. Even the Democrats are jumping in. They are filing articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem. Pam Bondi is being dragged through the mud by both Democrats and Republicans after her handling of the Epstein files.
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers.
I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children. Wrong. Right or wrong, killing random citizens. Definitely wrong. Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States. Definitely wrong. Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses.
Donald Trump is in the files thousands of times and nothing is happening and people are fucking angry. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene is jumping ship and calling Trump out over the Epstein files.
There were only 4 Republicans, only 4 of us, that signed that discharge petition. We were getting pressure from the White House. We were getting pressure from the speaker. Take your name off this discharge petition. And we're like, why? This is the ultimate way to take it to the deep state and expose a whole criminal cabal of rich, powerful elites that I believe control everything. And guess what? Come to find out they do. And then one day I get a phone call from the president in September, and he is so mad at me, chewing me out for signing my name on Thomas Massey's discharge petition to release the Epstein files. And he tells me on this phone call, he's like, Marjorie, my friends will get hurt.
The ship is fucking sinking and they are doing everything they can to just hold on a little longer. Because deep down, they know after this, their careers are fucking done. But that only happens if we keep up this fucking energy. Probably the most recent and most egregious form of censorship is the FCC interfering with Stephen Colbert's interview of James Tallarico. Colbert exposed the Trump administration for their censorship. His parent company CBS, under their new ownership and leadership, is just doing propaganda for the state at this point. If you want to learn more about that, I have a video about it in the description below. They have bent the knee to the Trump administration at nearly every fucking turn. CBS News stopped the Stephen Colbert interview with Texas State Rep James Tallarico, one of the Democratic candidates for Texas State Senate, from airing. They also told him that he was not allowed to talk about the fact that they stopped the interview. And instead of rolling over, he said, fuck it, and exposed them. What are they gonna do? Cancel his show? So he put the interview on YouTube and it now has over 8 million views in less than 3 days.
This is the party that ran against cancel culture. And now they're trying to control what we watch, what we say, what we read. And this is the most dangerous kind of cancel culture, the kind that comes from the top. They went after The View because I went on there. They went after Jimmy Kimmel for telling a joke they didn't like. They went after you for telling the truth about Paramount's bribe to Donald Trump. Corporate media executives are selling out the First Amendment to curry favor with corrupt politicians. And a threat to any of our First Amendment rights is a threat to all of our First Amendment rights. They want us talking about furries and bathrooms, so we don't realize that they are picking our pockets, that they are closing our schools, they are gutting our health care, and they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for their billionaire donors. The culture wars are a smokescreen because the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom.
And this has now become a much larger story and increased James Tallarico's visibility and popularity and support just 2 weeks before these elections. Democrats, liberals, and leftists across the nation have been activated by this outrage and are using that to elevate and support James Tallarico. And it's clear to me that the reason that they did this is because Trump is afraid that Texas is going to turn blue. That much is obvious. They are so desperate to keep control, and they know that they don't have the juice for it. They know they don't have public favor. And in their desperation, they are continuing to make these slip-ups. The only thing that we can rely on in this administration is that, one, they're fucking evil, and two, they're fucking stupid. Now, I want to talk briefly about the SAVE Act, because this is genuinely something that I am worried about. This recently passed in the House and has moved on to the Senate, and is another glaring example of the Trump administration's attempts to keep people from voting in November.
The Save America Act positions itself as an election security bill, with SAVE standing for Safeguard American Voter Eligibility. Of note, safeguarding voter eligibility is not what this bill does. What this bill does, as written, is that any time that anyone needs to go register to vote, they must physically present proof of their U.S. citizenship to a government official. When I say proof of citizenship, I mean strict requirements that prove that you were born as a U.S. citizen or on U.S. soil. That doesn't include driver's licenses or most existing government IDs, including Real ID. Real IDs will count, but only if they specifically list you as a citizen, which they don't all do that. Here's a list of stuff that you could use under the SAVE Act to prove you're a citizen in order to be able to register to vote. Not to vote, but to even register. A currently valid U.S. passport, a military ID along with a service record indicating that you were born in the U.S., a government-issued photo ID which explicitly lists your place of birth as the U.S., which is not a common type of government ID, and a Real ID if it actually lists that you are explicitly a citizen, a birth certificate that shows that you were born in the U.S., as well as a handful of other tertiary IDs that most people will not have. If you could not get your hands on that documentation, you're just fucked. You just don't get to register to vote. So this is not a voter ID law. It's not a proposal to send voter IDs to existing American citizens. It's not that kind of law. It just adds administrative burden to registering to vote. 9.1% of the population does not have access to any of these documents. 60% of the country doesn't have a passport, which is probably the easiest way to get a document that proves your citizenship. And that's not to say that getting a passport's easy. That's the problem. And then, of course, shenanigans with changing your name. If you got married and you changed your last name and it no longer matches your birth certificate, that could cause a problem. And then not to mention that this administration's been cracking down on stuff like transgender people getting passports by refusing to let them have an X on their passport as a gender and forcing them to choose M or F or forcing them to use a specific name. Essentially, they're saying if you want to register to vote, you need to have an obscure document, and we're going to make it harder to get those obscure documents.
All of this is done exclusively to keep people from voting against this administration. It is voter disenfranchisement, and it is so blatantly obvious. Do you know how many cases of voter fraud have been recorded in this country? There are less than 100 voter fraud cases in this country since 1982. 99 cases. 99 cases since 1982. There is no reason for this legislation. There is no need for this. This is a bad solution to a made-up problem, as is most of the legislation that has come out of the Conservative Party. And as with any problems being pushed out by conservative campaigns, they do not exist. They are not problems. They are distractions designed to make people angry, and I'll say it, stupid people angry. Because if you look at any of these talking points for more than like 5 seconds, if you find a source outside of Fox News that talks about it, if you find any sort of third-party data from a reputable source on any of these topics, trans issues, immigration, universal healthcare, taxing the wealthy, you will see that conservative policies and the conservative culture war is a house of fucking cards. And now that everybody is suffering, everybody's having a bad time, no one can pay their fucking bills, they don't have anything else to hide behind because none of these policies have actually made people's lives any better. None of this culture war bullshit is actually based in any fact or logic. They are all fear-based and made-up scenarios designed to get people fired up. It's all fucking bullshit. And there are people that, when talking about the SAVE Act, they're gonna say, they can't do that, it's against the law, it's a poll tax. And while I think, yes, sure, this is a worthy point to point out, we already know that this administration doesn't follow the fucking law, ever. They are all fucking criminals. They are violent offenders. We need to continue being loud about this, and we do need the Democrats to be fucking loud about this. This cannot fucking pass. I have the link to the 5 Calls app in the description below, where you can call your representatives, leave a message in their DC office and their local office. This is such fucking bullshit that we even have to do this, but just do it. So when does it end? I've talked a lot in this video about the Trump administration's attempt to further enact violence onto Americans, their attempts to further dismantle democracy, and how in many cases they have failed, but also in many cases they have continued successfully to enact this violence. So when will this end? The truth is, I don't have a straight answer for you. I wish I did. I do not. Because this doesn't just end with the Trump administration. Hell, it didn't even start with the Trump administration. Like it or not, this is how America has always been. This is just a new experience for white people. The violence, the censorship, the stripping of basic human rights, the torture, the unlawful imprisonment. This has always been the case for black and brown people in this country. I mean, fuck, if we go back less than 100 years, this was literally happening to the Japanese people who were living in the United States during World War II. And if we're actually going to create a better world, we need to start with these groups in mind. We cannot just go back to having brunch after this. We need a radical overhaul of our government and the people in charge, the people in power. We need to build a country that serves everyone, or we will always end up back here. And that's a scary thought, but that's the reality. So what can we do? Well, one way we can fight this is by supporting genuinely progressive candidates. Now don't click away. Voting is obviously not the only thing we should be doing, but we need to support progressive candidates, genuine progressives. No more centrists, no more softball Democrats, no more establishment Democrats. We need candidates like Zohran Mamdani. People who run on the issues that we actually fucking need to care about, and someone who's willing to take action in protecting the most marginalized groups. And I know the reality is that we cannot just vote our way out of this. There is so much work that needs to be done even on the individual level. I, for one, am in support of bringing back public shaming for anyone who is not able to have a level of basic fucking human decency and empathy to those of different races, genders, and backgrounds. The propaganda and willful ignorance and intentional misunderstanding, choosing to ignore the facts that are right in front of you, that entire framework needs to be abolished, demolished, admonished. We need to change on an individual level. Talk to your family, your friends' parents, because you better not be fucking friends with any of these people. And this is a call-in, especially for my white viewers. I know your parents are always going to be inviting that piece of shit uncle and force your proximity to him every fucking Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. If you want to protect your friends and your family of marginalized identities, if you want to be the person actively fighting against the harmful ideologies being pushed by Trump and all of his fucking lackeys, I'm of the persuasion that you need to start those conversations at home, in whatever way you see fit. If shaming works, if logic works, if yelling works, you know your fucked up family better than I do. Rehabilitation. Bring it back to the Bible if you need to. Bring it back to class consciousness. Free speech violations, human rights violations, the billions being sent to Israel while Americans suffer. Whatever you need to do or reference. People can't eat, people can't live, people aren't treating others with respect. Now, of course, there also needs to be systemic change. Because we live in a society with a government, and the actions of our government do have tangible effects on the way that we are living our lives. That much is very clear. We are seeing it right now. Voting fucking matters. It's not the only thing, but it's still a pretty fucking important thing. Since the success of Zohran Mamdani's campaign, there has been a surge in progressive candidates across the country. Young people with progressive ideas who want to make the country better. Find out when your Democratic primary is if you have one in your area. If you don't have a primary, get educated on the progressive candidates that are running for your election in November. The Majority Report I've found is a really great way that I've been able to stay updated on progressive candidates. Head in the Office will occasionally cover that as well, but also it's a simple Google search. You can look up the issues yourself. I believe in harm reduction voting, but most of the people who are white and middle class in this country would rather stay home than vote for a candidate that they are not excited about. Most of the white and middle class Americans do not give a shit about harm reduction voting. They don't care enough to stay informed on issues. They don't care. The first election that I voted in was in 2016. I promise this is relevant. We all wanted Bernie. We got Hillary, and nobody fucking liked her. She represented the establishment, she represented the wealthy, she represented those who were wildly out of touch leading our country. And that's why so many people voted for Trump. Unfortunately, this is also what happened with Harris. The only reason why Joe Biden got elected is because it was after 4 terrible years under Trump. There is no actual progress under establishment Dems. In fact, all they seem to be doing is pushing people further right because people want radical change. And we all knew that blue no matter who was bullshit back when Zohran was clearly the front runner over Cuomo and the Democrats refused to support him. It was only in the last few weeks, literally right before the election, when the establishment Dems even attempted to offer any sort of support or endorsement. They want to protect their own and their corporate donors. If we really want to undo everything that is wrong in this country, everything that this administration has done, and pave the way for a better world, we need actual progressive change.
Zohran forcing Governor Hochul's hand on taxing the rich at just 2% by essentially being like, hey girl, noticed you're dragging your feet on that. Also noticed you have an election coming up. Not me, I'm good. You though? Is absolute genius. Basically, he's like, yeah, looking at the books that former disgraced mayor of Tel Aviv, Eric Adams, left us, there are holes that need to be filled. And that can either be by raising property taxes on working New Yorkers, I think up to like 9.5%, or raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and corporations at 2%. He's essentially like, me? And the people that voted for me? Oh, and the people that I guess are gonna vote for you, they don't want that first one. They really don't want that first one. So yeah, I know that you have like a really difficult decision to make between those two equally bad options, but good luck. Take your time. Not too much time though, because remember, got that election in November. And I'm definitely not saying that affordability is basically a proven strategy to mobilize those non-voters, convert the Republican voters, basically what delivered me this historic win. I'm not saying that. The people did, though. So who are you going to listen to, Kathy? That's me, not Zora. For millions of voters or your handful of donors?
I wonder if we have a situation where this is a clash between ideology and reality, and if faced with the fact that you won't get those taxes from Albany, would you really, really, really raise property taxes here in New York City?
This is not a conversation on the basis of ideology. This is a conversation about a fiscal crisis. And when faced with this crisis, the question is who should pay these taxes? I believe that it should be the wealthiest New Yorkers, the most profitable corporations.
The DNC is afraid of people like Zohran Mamdani because he proves that this could have been happening the whole fucking time. We could have been living better the whole time. It just highlights their incompetence. And these establishment Dems are too busy sucking the dicks of their corporate donors to actually help the American people. They're afraid of Zohran because after decades of dragging their fucking feet, he has shown just how much is possible when you actually give a shit. 36% of Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents identify as Democratic Socialists. 36%. That's a pretty big fucking chunk of voters. Why are Democrats so insistent on courting right-wing voters who have already decided that they are not interested, instead of appealing to this massive piece of the pie that is the Democratic Socialist vote? 36% identify as Democratic Socialists. Meanwhile, 0% of Republicans identify as Democrats. Why are we so determined to fucking lose? These are the things that I will be demanding from my politicians going forward. At least one, if not all of these things. 1, abolish ICE. 2, universal health care. 3, raising the minimum wage or guaranteed cost of living pay for workers. 4, universal housing or some plan for affordable housing or taxing landlords or shit. Literally anything. 5, criminal prosecutions for these ICE agents and people who are in the fucking Epstein files, especially those in our government. This is the bare fucking minimum as far as I am concerned. Bonus points for criminalizing corporations who lay off employees while the CEOs are getting bonuses. That would also be awesome. Oh, taxing the fucking rich. There is far too much that is wrong and bad now for us to fucking settle. We are 2 years out from a presidential election. We need to start demanding these things now. Get loud, get angry, don't stop talking about it, and know that you fucking deserve better. Nothing changes if nothing fucking changes. Yes, I believe that we are in the midst of an extinction burst, but that doesn't mean that the work stops here. I don't want anyone to feel discouraged or feel like you can't be a little bit excited about this because you know that in the end they are going to fail. But instead, I want to encourage you to use this excitement to give you a second wind of sorts. The health bar is down here, okay? Finish him. As always, I have her one's GoFundMe linked below. She's supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. If you'd like to donate but you don't have the funds to, you can always watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy, where all the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families. So by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. Make sure to check out my sponsor Aura in the description below. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye. Very special thank you to Bagel's dad, Derek, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, and Robin Fellows.
Did these people read or need or what?
Not a fan of that. It's one of those things that I've been trying to fight my entire career. It's one of the things that I've had to argue with people in chat about. It's one of the things that we ban people for here. Anytime people say shit like that, because it's deeply disrespectful and it completely overwrites any of the things that I've done throughout my career as something that is somebody else's success.
He's gonna explode. He's
in
gonna
any
explode.
possible respect. What do you say? In the thing, he said it was he called me a nepo baby. In his article.
Nepo baby.
No, that's dog shit behavior.
You are a Nepo
Really
baby.
gross.
You were given a cushy Blizzard job, cushy software developer job, cushy nice job, and lots of college. You're a Nepo baby.
All right. Hello, Internet. My name is Stephen A. Sarch, and I have been a digital culture journalist for the past decade. I've written at Newsweek, Business Insider, Complex, and more notably today, Mashable. I have basically spent my past decade in the digital culture journalism space, and I've finally made the decision to move over to YouTube and start posting here where people actually care. For years, people have been ripping off my content and making money off of it. So I've decided that maybe I should make some of that money myself. And when thinking over what story I kind of wanted to talk about for my first one, there was one creator that I had a very weird experience with that has basically like entrenched itself in my lore.
Dog shit behavior.
It was just a story that ended up snowballing its way out of control out of a very controversial creator that I think people just kind of want to know about. So I thought for my first YouTube video, I should talk about my experience with pirate software and how he tried to get me fired. So we have to go back to 2024. I was a freelancer for the past few years, and I got invited to a convention called Open Source. Now, open source is an absolutely amazing convention, started by William Osman, who basically created the modern weird DIY trend that we see today. I brought out my now fiance, and we just saw everything that open source had to offer, from robotic tables that walked on their own, to Furbies with 4 different legs, to a toilet that when you sat on it, it would either be really happy that you're pooping on it or very sad that you were doing it.
Get away from me!
What are you doing? Wait, no, stop, turn it around.
So, when I got that invite, I was super duper excited. And I was reached out to by this PR woman, let's call her Jay, who's representing open source, and invited me to moderate a panel. I've done some panel moderation in the past, but for the most part, it's not really my thing. I'm a little neurotic, a little scared, being in front of that many people that really cared. But when someone invites me to do a panel, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to do it. The panel consisted of Pirate Software, Code Bullet, Luke Muscat, and Jabrils. I had seen some of Code Bullet in the past, but the name that obviously attracted me was Pirate Software. Now, over the 6 months prior to open source was Pirate Software, Jason Thor's Hall ascent into YouTube superstardom. He had kind of used the same technique that Andrew Tate did, where he would flood the market with shorts that YouTube was kind of prioritizing, and his channel blew up. He gained millions of subs. He became well known. He was doing deals with Ludwig. He went from a relatively unknown game designer into one of the most successful gaming YouTubers that we've had on the entire platform. So obviously, I wanted to chat with him. And the panel itself went great. We first met up. I talked with all of these creators. They were all so kind. I have nothing but great things to say about it. Code Bullet is become one of my favorite creators. He's so good at what he does. So I went to open source with the intent of finding an article to pitch and then get published. I had a few editors who were interested in stories, but I knew you basically have to get the interview first before you can sell it. So after I did the panel, I approached Jason Thor Hall, Pirate Software, and I asked him, hey, would you be down for an interview? And he is more than happy. He is super down to talk about whatever. And I remember we sit on this couch and we start talking. Now, I know a lot of people think that Pirate Software's deep, angsty voice is something that he kind of makes up for the camera. But I will say, when talking to him in person, he just talks like that. That's just who he seems to be. Could that be a persona from his EVE Online furry days? Sure, that's possible. But I don't think that's what I experienced. During the conversation, I'm giggling because he's a charming guy.
Were you a ferret guy? No, I've lived in California. They're illegal here. So I was like, when I moved to Washington, I was like, I'm getting ferret.
We talk about his ferrets that he's helping out, how his channel blew up, how he first got into contact with Ludwig. He is basically showing me that, this is why he has blown up to the way he does. He is so good at talking and so good at chatting. The whole thing kind of starts off with him saying something interesting.
All right. If I could just get your name and channel for the recording. Sure. My name is Thor, and my channel is Pirate Software.
Your name is not Thor.
I know you.
Or maybe it is Thor. Is that his actual name? No, his name is Jason. Your name is not Thor, you fucking idiot. Your name is Jason, you fucking idiot. Thor was something that you called yourself when you were 14. Your name is Jason something or another, isn't it?
Spieled up there, but you mind just giving you a little how you got into the game development space? Yeah, so I actually started when I was 16. I got my first job from nepotism, which is not the way you want it to be. So my dad worked at Blizzard. I ended up going to Blizzard, worked as a game tester, and I was shit at it. Yeah, it's completely awful.
He just said nepotism.
And I realized how awful I was, so after my 6 months doing that, I left. I went freelance for 5 years.
Yeah. Did you hear that? He says that he got his first job through nepotism. Now, that'll come up really important later. I end up getting the article approved at Mashable, a website I've written for a few times in the past. They told me they wanted something uncontroversial, something simple, because there really wasn't an article about Pirate Software. There was very little information about Pirate Software during his ascent. I found it difficult to find articles and find information about him outside of the world. But, you know, I persisted. I did what I could. I get the article approved, it goes through Mashable, and everything's okay. I send the article in, and my editor, who is a very close friend of mine, flags, you know, in the first few paragraphs or so, I mentioned that Pirate Software is a Nepo baby, that his dad got him his first job at Blizzard. And because of that, he was able to start his career and then eventually go back to Blizzard and do all of these other things.
And so Mashable.com, when they made this article about Pirate Software titled How Streamer Pirate Software Gained Nearly 2 million subs in 6 months, they just had to mention the fact that he's a Nepo baby, saying when he was 16, he landed a dream job as a game tester at Blizzard Entertainment, which, before the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition by Microsoft for $68.7 billion, was considered one of the most respected companies in the video game industry. It helped that he was a Nepo baby, since his dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades at the industry titan since almost the very beginning. Now, of course, after 6 months, he would leave because he felt that the corporate life wasn't for him, and many years later would reapply by himself without the help of his dad, landing a QA role, which I believe, because if he had the help of his dad, no way he would end up in an entry-level position.
And Nepo Baby, I have learned since, has a very negative connotation to it. For every Jack Quaid that manages to take his familial success and turn it into a career that isn't just ripping off their family's legacy, you get a bunch of Kardashians that basically are just using their name to get as far as they can without really accomplishing much in the world. I just thought it was a good term to describe Pirate Software. I didn't expect it to blow up into what it eventually happened. The article comes out on July 9th, 2024, and I'm not thinking much of it. I'm like, okay, this is cool. I'm happy with it. The intro picture's really nice. All of it's really cool. But a few hours after it comes out, I start getting really weird messages. They're saying, how dare I say that about Pirate Software? I'm gonna get canceled. Journalism is over. My editor messages me. Oh no, what is happening? She starts getting sent stuff because I mentioned her in the original tweet. And I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? And I get sent this clip from Pirate Software's stream where he is so pissed at the article. I don't know what to do, because on one hand, he is 100% a Nepo baby. He got his first job through his dad's connections with Blizzard.
But that's not all. His dad was Joey Ray
That's in his
Hall.
own word.
This picture right here is
when he interviewed him, he said, "I'm a Nepo baby." Like, you shouldn't say stuff like that if you don't want them to quote you. You were like, "I'm a Nepo baby." God damn it, I've dealt with this guy before on EVE Online. I hate this guy. He drove me so crazy, this Jason guy. He's such an idiot. He's smart, but he's not like, but I don't know, something about it, man. It's that level of Ozymandias, like almost I'm too smart for the world smart. It's stupid, and I know it's there. I've met him before. He was in a fucking corporate mine called Tyrants. I know he was that kid in Tyrants. I'm fucking certain of it. Never met anybody else like him. I used to watch him thinking like, oh, that kid made it, until there was like negativity. Now it's just like, ugh. So I'm gonna say this, and it's probably not popular to say this. I have noticed that they want to boil WoW down to a single button press and have you spam it. Now, I love that, and I wouldn't play the game unless they did do that, honestly. Like, the game needed to evolve. But it also turned WoW into a simpler game than Diablo, as you can see. I point at a mob and I hold a button. I've got one hand in the air right now. See it? I don't do shit. I just point at a mob and press the button. I actually really like that. It might bring me back to WoW. But it made WoW as easy as Pokemon or... I don't know. Is there another easier get, like Diablo? Diablo's the easiest game I can think of. It can be hard if you want it to be hard, but it's you know, generally just sort of this, like, lukewarm difficulty that there's just, like, press a button and things die. Occasionally you have to move. Now, did I get something new? 121, 131. Prismatic socket. I need to buy a gem for that thing. No, I don't, because the fucking expansion is tomorrow. My level's fine. If I had a group, because it is kind of fun to just sort of blind DPS through heroics, I'll probably do it all day. Fuck it. Get some gold in the bank. Some gear. I don't think I need heroic gear. I just interrupted shit. You can't do some nasty channel. No, I'm just gonna stop you. God, this melee's powerful. It has so many powerful things going on. One of the things it does is every 90 seconds or whatever it is, I'm not really sure. It just outright kills whatever your target is if their health is lower than yours, and it works on really big mobs up to almost bosses, up to bosses basically. So you can just erase the first mob you meet, and that might be a really hard mob. You know, it's gonna be amazing for the new expansion. There it is. Kind of curious to see what a healer in twos might do with this. I wonder if I'm automatically more powerful than everybody else and just pull some conquest gear that way. Maybe arena closed. The arena might be closed. I probably won't hit cap tomorrow, huh? Slab of slate. Study to increase your knowledge. Slab of slate. Oh! Wait, it's an actual skill up item? Oh, okay. Well, cool.
Looks like there's treasure nearby. And that means treasure hunters. Watch your back. My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning
10
Legion.
people. And if you don't know who they are, these people happen to be the original founders of Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, these guys are legends in every sense of the word. And the guy in the middle is none other than Jason Thorhall's father.
And that's fine. There is
Jason
nothing wrong with being a Nepo
Thorhall.
baby. Let me make that clear. Being a Nepo baby is fine. You know, as long as you're able to use your skills and move past the, you know, sticky stigma that exists along with it, you'll be okay. But To me, it kind of seemed like Pirate Software had a bit of a chip on his shoulder and was a bit upset when people would call him out for it. And me calling him out Nepo Baby, and basically the only article that existed about him, really seemed to piss him off.
But still, just them including this sentence, calling him a Nepo Baby, truly triggered him beyond belief. I mean, look at what he had to say.
Yeah, really not a fan of that. Not a fan.
Later that night, I get a text message from Jay, the PR woman from OpenSauce, who basically tells me on a call that Pirate Software wants me banned from OpenSauce, and he wants me to issue an apology while removing Nepo Baby from the article. Immediately, I'm like, I don't know, but I want the harassment
that was his words.
to end. I want all of these people who are screaming in my mentions that I'm a terrible journalist and that I'm going to be out of a job, and how dare I say it, because Pirate Software still had a huge fan base at that point, and they wanted me canceled. They wanted me
He'll be
done.
doing fine after that.
But I just wanted to, I wanted to make the
This
voices
is why you
stop.
don't battle
I wanted to make the
streamers.
hate
We're
stop.
unpleasant
Eventually, I
people.
decide after talking to my editor and thinking over quite a bit.
We have
that
power issues
we weren't
going
wrong.
on, and
Pirate Software was using the hatred that gamers have for journalists to fuel his own ego and get Nepo Baby removed from the article. Like, games
kind of
journalists,
have hatred
since
for
the
the
dawn of
journalists,
Gamergate, games journalists are seen as bad.
But
I wasn't really
if he doesn't
covering
like what
games,
you
I was more
said, he
just being a
should be able to just
journalist.
get it removed from
But
the article,
it didn't
maybe, if
matter.
it's
I was still
just
part of that
like a
stigma,
blurb
and
about
he was
his trial.
using that anger and vitriol against me, and there was nothing I could really do other than get the article changed and take out Nepo Baby and issue an apology and bend the knee. But as a journalist, you really have to hold truth to power. You have to make sure that when bullies try to send mean things to you, and they try to use their audiences to sway coverage in ways that make them feel better, you don't bend the knee. You don't fall into what they want. So, after, a bunch of conversations with my editor in the article and everything that happened, I decided, no way in hell. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to change the article. And he was still very pissed, For months after, every time he would show up, I'd be terrified that he would come back and come for me, that I'd get another wave of harassment, that I would just kind of be screwed in the grand scheme of things. But eventually he died down. He had wave after wave of cancellation. I'm not gonna lie, when he got semi-canceled for how he responded in his World of Warcraft guild, I felt a little giddy. I definitely jumped on a live stream and kind of talked about my experience. In the story, I called him a Nepo Baby. I stand by the fact that he is. He got his first job at Blizzard because of his dad. Qualifies as a Nepo Baby, in my opinion. And he didn't like that, so he read it on
He also said it himself. He was like, I am a Nepo Baby. That's what he said. He was like, I'm a Nepo Baby. And he was honest about it back then, but he can't be anymore because it hurts his image, and that's what you're coming up against. It was his words. He was like, I am a Nepo Baby. You heard him. Oh my god.
So I think Phil was fired. I think there's really strong evidence for this. Maybe even a smoking gun. But first we have to get there. And I want to talk about the journey Xbox has taken. So we have to talk about the origins. Gaming was absolutely booming in the late 90s. And it was led by the PS1 made by Sony. Sony's first attempt at a console has 100+ million units sold. So Microsoft saw gaming as the future. But early on, it was always just about controlling the living room. Gaming was just the best way in. And I point this out because later on it'll become much more apparent that they wanted the living room. But make no mistake that it was always about that. It was never about gaming. And I'm not saying the people that worked on the actual Xbox were just in it for that. I'm sure a lot of them were actually in it for gaming. But Microsoft was never in it for gaming. So all of this led to the original Xbox. Again, it was made to stop Sony from owning the living room. It was revealed by Bill Gates and The Rock at CES 2001, and it released with Halo Combat Evolved on November 15th, 2001. And everyone knows that Halo revolutionized the console shooter, and it is what put Xbox on the map. They also launched Xbox Live in 2002, and I want to talk about Xbox Live. This was always planned from the start. Like, I'm pretty sure all Xboxes shipped with an Ethernet port. Because Sega attempted to do their own online service before Microsoft did, but they did it with dial-up. And Microsoft had the vision that broadband internet would make this all work, along with hard disk drives. They also always intended to sell content updates through this. Like, from a Bill Gates point of view, this wasn't really meant for gamers to play together online, but he saw the ability to sell DLC through this very early. It was laughed at by critics when it launched, and this was because there was low broadband adoption at the time. By 2004, it had 1 million users, and it really set the standard for what online console play should be. Now, all that being said, Xbox lost handedly to the PS2. Dreamcast came in with a pathetic 9 million. The poor thing. The GameCube sold 21 million. Not bad. The Xbox sold 24 million. But you know, for Microsoft's first attempt at the market, it wasn't terrible. I mean, it was no PS1, but the PS2 sold like 155 million units. So next came the Xbox 360. This was released in November 2005. It beat the PS3 launch by a year. It launched with Gears of War and Halo 3. It had a huge online user base, and it was really one of the first of its kind. By the Xbox 360, Xbox Live was really killing it, and it beat the PS3 for most of its life. It did lose globally, but it won in North America. I feel like it can't be overstated the impact that the Xbox 360 had, at least for me. I mean, I played this thing with my friends every single day, which makes it all the worse when we talk about the Xbox One. This was released in November 2013, and the first thing that comes to mind when I think about the Xbox One is sports and TV. Like, seriously, what a throw. It had this online-only DRM, which just means that if it's not connected to the internet, it wouldn't work. Now, it didn't launch with this feature, but it did have it to begin with. It also initially required the Kinect, which, for those that don't know, it was this weird webcam thing that Microsoft was pushing. Yeah, it's pretty shocking that people didn't want this always online webcam sitting in their living room. Sold by Microsoft. Wild that didn't catch on. They specifically said that you would not be able to share games on the Xbox One. And I mean physical copies. Sony capitalized on this in the most savage way.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
PlayStation. And the main problem Microsoft had is that they went for the home entertainment console, not the gaming console. And that also happened to spy on you 24/7. This E3 pitch literally killed Xbox. This was the moment it all died. Like, you don't always have this kind of thing. You don't always get such a clear thing to point to and be like, that is where it went wrong. But with Xbox, you really do.
TV. Anybody?
They lost hard this generation. I think the Switch came out so much later than the Xbox One, and it just tramples it. And what really sucked about this for them is that it was the worst generation to lose. People buying their games digitally really exploded in the mid-2010s. Everyone built up their libraries of games, and brand loyalty ended up saving you money from here on out. And Phil Spencer himself has admitted this.
I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. This is the first generation where the big games that they're playing were games that were available last gen. When you think about Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft, like, the continuity from generation to generation is so strong. There is no world where Starfield's an 11 out of 10 and people start selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen.
And just for the record, this is exactly when I switched to PC. When I saw the trash that was the Xbox One, I just decided it was time. So in March 2014, I bought my first game on Steam, and it was DayZ. And remember, the Xbone, as we so lovingly referred to it as, released in November of 2013. From the date of the announcement, I immediately started saving money to get a PC, and haven't looked back since. Yep. Phil Spencer. He was the Xbox CEO since 2014, and he was with Microsoft for like 26 years by this point. His battle was to revive the Xbox brand. And I know a lot of people like Phil Spencer, and I'm one of them. I got no problem with Phil Spencer. But is it crazy to say that Phil failed overall? I don't really think Xbox has been revived. And as everyone knows, he retired in February 2026. I think he was fired, though. Because whether you or I think he failed overall, Microsoft definitely does. And what seems to have happened is that Microsoft had the executive in charge. His name was Don Matrick. This guy.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right.
So stick with 360. That's your message if you don't,
Well,
don't like it.
if you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device. I mean, seriously.
Don was the head of Microsoft when they revealed the Xbox One. He's really the one who sent the brand into a spiral. So they got rid of Don Matrick and they tried the gamer. Phil Spencer has been the gamer CEO since 2014, 12 years. And in those 12 years, Phil spent over $80 billion. I don't think Xbox has made this money back, but I believe this is the real smoking gun. And credit to Atriarch, I'm pretty sure he made this graph. I definitely saw it in his video though. But really fast to get it out of the way, I'm sure most people are aware. But Q2 FY26 just means quarter 2 fiscal year 2026. Microsoft's fiscal year runs from July 25 to June 26. Well, in this instance that we're talking about. It always runs from July to June. So that means quarter 2 is October, November, and December. The holiday season. So we'll just mark that down over here to be clear. This is not good. This quarter 2 report came out January 27th. And just so we're all clear, this is comparing Q2 26 to Q2 25 because it's year over year. So in Q2 25, you can see that they were already down 8%. And if we go back even farther, since Q2 24, they're down 40% in 2 years. 32% of that is from the last report alone. So what this all means is that Xboxes are basically selling at 60% the rate that they did 2 years ago. And I just don't think Phil survives that. In my opinion, this is basically the reason Phil was fired. And of course, like I said, credit to Atriarch, he's the business guy, he figured all this out. I just heavily agree with it. So I think after trying the gamer CEO for 12 years and getting these results, they're ditching the gamer CEO for AI. I know, it's terrible. Which means we get Asha Sharma. She was the president of Microsoft's core AI team. This is her most recent position. Previously, she's a former Meta executive. She was an Instacart executive. She was on the board of Home Depot. And like I said, she was the core AI president for Microsoft. Now she's the Xbox CEO. So she has no gaming experience. And I know a lot of people do not like this point. And I kind of agree. I don't think you need to have experience in gaming to run a gaming company. But I do think your past experience matters a little bit. And just nothing about former Meta executive or Instacart or Home Depot. Definitely nothing about core AI president. It just, none of it screams to me prime Xbox CEO material. That's all I'm saying. So Asha has been very active on Twitter. This was her first tweet. It's kind of a nothing one. Don't really care about that one, but her second one was this, asking people what their top 3 greatest games ever are. I responded, of course, saying Fallout New Vegas, Resident Evil 7, and Rocket League. Encouraging some love be shown to Fallout, which I might end up regretting. Feel free to follow me on Twitter, of course. This person responded asking for Asha to share their gamer tag, and so she does. This will come up later. Someone asked her for her list, and she said it's Halo, Valheim, and GoldenEye. I don't know, man. It's a weird one, huh? It's a game everybody loves, a more niche recent release, and a classic.
Rust.
Am I to believe
For me,
that
it's Rusty,
Asha
even
Sharma,
FFXI,
who we will find out later if she admits to not being a gamer, am I to believe that she loves Halo, Valheim, and GoldenEye? Also,
Rusty,
Halo?
FFXI
Do you mean
Mortal.
Halo 1? What Halo? The question is definitely games, not franchises. I know it's being nitpicky, but whatever. Let's move on. A lot of people replied with just PlayStation games. This guy loves Gears of War a little too much, I gotta say. Here someone brings up Borderlands 2 and she says that she's gonna try Borderlands 2 because of it. I guess because he called it endlessly replayable with an incredible story. That review alone made Asha need to play Borderlands 2. It just seems like a hello fellow kids reply, you know? Someone else noticed that her account was actually playing Borderlands 2 later on. It's just some intern dude. Asha is not sitting there playing Borderlands 2. What the fuck does that help her job with? If I had to guess, I'd say she means well, but she just doesn't get it. And getting it is so important. AI is definitely part of the plan. Anyone who thinks that Microsoft brought the core AI president over to Xbox, but doesn't plan on using AI heavily moving forward, and I don't have high hopes for the future of Xbox. I ran a poll because I love polls. And I asked for the confidence level in Xbox's new CEO. It did not go well. And actually, the main complaint in the comments are that I didn't have a 0. But yeah, thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. If you want to buy a mug, the link below. Thank you to all the doodles on the board who have signed up. And yeah, I hope Xbox does the best it possibly can. I wish Asha Sharma the best of luck.
Yeah,
if any new big updates come out on this, by the way, I have a second channel called Drown Out Notes, and I like to make really short gaming news videos on that channel. So subscribe over there too. And have a good day.
We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry.
Neverus refused to reclaim that glory. But no more.
So Discord has
Unsurrect,
learned
and the
absolutely
Black Blood
nothing
will usher
after
in a new
facing
age
mass
for
cancellations of
Alldayerrydaybaby.
Nitro. So much so to the point that the site was crashing and a mass migration of users to other platforms. They still decide to double down on their 1984 ass policy. Persona, and no, not the Persona that you love. I'm talking about Persona, the system that Discord uses for its quote-unquote identification process. Well, when in reality, what they're really doing is storing all your info like your info cattle, so then they can send you off to a butcher who will harvest all of your info and distribute it to data collectors, secret agencies, yada yada. You know how it is. Well, such a system was put in place to quote-unquote protect the children, or so it's claimed. And as you can imagine, you know, with us being Americans, and yes, I consider myself American, even though all of you keep laughing that I'm illegal, you know how we are. The UK Safety Act gets passed, that faces an extreme amount of backlash. So it should come as no surprise that Discord also received an insane amount of backlash. So much so that they had to address it on social media in a lengthy post, explaining to everyone, no, we're not collecting your data. It never even gets stored. Outright lying to every single person's face. Remember when I told you? Remember when I said, don't take them at their word? Well, this popsicle stick was right, because security researchers claim Persona, the provider behind Discord's UK verification experiment, performs 269 individual verification checks on user data, including those for terrorism and espionage. You have to keep in mind, remember, in places like the UK, posting memes could be considered terrorism or an attack. I highly doubt that this service has caught on to any actual legitimate terrorism. For all we know, they're probably spying on 4chan-esque memes, taking them serious, wasting valuable resources and time and collecting everyone's data to capture just about nobody. But things get a lot more interesting. See, in this post from Chibi Reviews, breaking censorship news, hackers allegedly exposed code that was being used for age verification that Discord was going to use. Persona's exposed code compares your selfie to watch list photos using facial recognition, screens you against 14 categories of adverse media from mentions of terrorism and espionage, and tags reports with code names from active intelligence programs consisting of public-private partnerships.
Just lie? You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
This isn't about protecting kids anymore. This is mass surveillance. Understand that. If you didn't think they were storing any of your goddamn data, you're a fucking moron. How else do you think they're supposed to draw comparisons to millions upon millions of other faces to get a recognition of any sort? That data is stored. Your face is your fingerprint. This isn't about protecting anyone. This is about cracking down on freedoms bit by bit. I'm often told, oh, you're a fearmonger, Frit. That's all you do. You fearmonger. You don't try to understand the greater outcomes of a service like this. But then I really sit back and I think, what is the benefit to scanning everybody's face in the world? What do you get out of monitoring just about every single person's online presence? Well, that's a very hard question to answer because we're not a government body, are we? Entire government bodies are interested in monitoring you. Companies are interested in monitoring you. Politicians would love to monitor you. And they would love to have a face attached to it. Because behind the scenes, these guys are doing all sorts of research on humans like we're goddamn lab rats. But most importantly, this is merely the beginning of internet policing. They want to know who you are because in case you ever make a meme, or, you know, like me, actively ducking ice in America, they want your face. They want to build a society where there are repercussions for posting. And they've always wanted this. The UK has actively pushed hard for policies like that. And even though America is the greatest country in the world, we're simply not the only country or the only superpower in the world. So companies like Discord or Microsoft, they will meet the needs and the demands of the government, while also benefiting themselves off such policies. And that's why you see Discord now implementing it. It's not like Discord woke up one day and said, we care about kids. Amid privacy concerns surrounding Persona, a report from the independent publication called The Rage highlighted findings from 3 security researchers who discovered exposed code at a US government authorized endpoint, along with 2,456 files showing an interface that pairs facial recognition with financial reporting. However, Persona CEO Rick Song confirmed to Ars Technica, that the company doesn't have any government contracts, while The Rage notes that the exposed code appears to be powered by an OpenAI chatbot. Song is in active communication with one of the researchers who discovered the exposed code, which has since been removed.
Oh no! What happened? Oh no! How terrible! That's just awful! How terrible! Oh no!
They're bastards! They're not even good at lying. They're assholes, pieces of shit, lying to everyone's faces. No, we're not working closely with the government is code for, we're not taking money from the government, but if the government demands something out of us, fully expect us to surrender it. On top of that, using AI, we're literally going through a Skynet phase right now. Let's not forget the association with Peter Thiel right there and Palantir. That man had direct deep ties to the US government through his AI company, Palantir. You may have heard of them. They hold major contracts with defense and intelligence agencies, very closely tied to the Trump administration and the US government. Discord thought we would be stupid, like we wouldn't just open up Google and look all these people up. They expect that out of you. They think you're that stupid. They disrespect your intelligence to that degree, but I won't, because I know you, the viewer, are not retarded. I know the minute you hear anything, you open up Google and you look up those people, because it's our first natural instinct. Discord doesn't seem to think we have natural instincts. They thought we would all just fall in line, like this is the UK or something. Now, keep in mind, Peter Thiel does not directly own Persona, the company itself, although it's not hard to trace the paper trail, because his investment firm, Founders Fund, is a backer of Persona. Either way, Peter's name is like a death sentence for a company like Discord, because not only of the controversy surrounding his ties to the US government and his company Palantir, but also because the man appeared in the Epstein files. So Discord cut ties with him as soon as possible, as if that was gonna fix anything, as if they didn't know beforehand, which they absolutely did. A company like Discord, with its value, the amount of money they make, they have all the time and money in the world to gather data. And not just your data, but data about the world. They knew very well. It's only because of the backlash, it's only because of the Epstein files that they decided to cut any ties with him. And not out of any sort of ethics, out of any sort of morality, out of any sort of right doing by the consumer, but because it was just bad for their company image, even though ahead of time they knew. What's more is they didn't even care about what Peter Thiel was up to and if he was handing your info to the US government or not. Because if they did, their back door wouldn't be so easily opened, as you can see here, and the information was openly available. We didn't even have to write or perform a single exploit. The entire architecture was just on the doorstep, wrote the researchers in their blog, adding they found 53 megabytes of data on a Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, FedRAMP, government endpoint that also tags reports with code names from active intelligence programs. Discord has since announced it is cutting ties with Persona, the AI software, partially funded by Palantir, co-founder Peter Thiel's venture firm Founders Fund. Continues to provide age verification for OpenAI line, whatever. Both Persona and Discord confirmed to Fortune their partnership lasted for less than a month and has since dissolved. According to Discord, only a small number of users were part of this test, in which any information submitted could be stored for up to 7 days before it would be deleted. Yeah, sure, my ass. But either way, they weren't even bothering to hide this info. Discord is either completely naive and stupid, or they are just so corrupt that they were never, ever planning on cutting ties with this company until the backlash caused them to lose I don't know how many Nitro users, but let's just say it was such a significant chunk that they had to resort to doing this. That right there is a great example of purchasing power. Use it to your advantage more often. You guys are able to do this with Discord. You should be able to do it with every company on Earth. But either way, that's a topic for another discussion. So you would think Discord cutting ties with Peter Thiel, cutting ties with Palantir, cutting ties with Persona would progress into this idea of them just outright abandoning ID verification systems. Sadly, that is not what's going to happen. Getting global ages sure is right. What we got wrong and what's changing made the update. Suffer, Discord, suffer!
I think that this is fucking bullshit, buddy.
I want you guys to keep trying to walk back on this and receive no support in return. I love it. Watching a company crumble in real time. A powerhouse at that too. Now you want to try and walk back things. Now you want to try and explain your position even more. I built Discord because I wanted an easier way to hang out with my friends online, the same way I did growing up. That's still true today. When I get off work, I hop on voice chat with friends, watch one of them spend hours raging at baby steps, or jump into Arc Raiders and befriend other players until something hilarious and memorable happens. These moments, the ones you can only get in games, are why Discord exists. Oh, isn't that cute? Look at Discord. Look at that. They're trying to hit you with the member berries. They're trying to make you go, member, voice chat with your friends. Aquadas, screen sharing. They're trying to remind you how much you love their service because they're desperate to keep you. Don't listen to these asshats. We're gonna skip all of this nonsense where you're trying to emotionally manipulate people, but that ain't gonna work with the Fratanga Plays fam. But go on, continue trying anyway. Where we missed the mark, let me be upfront. We knew this rollout was going to be controversial. Now you're doing yourself, not doing yourself any favors there. Holy shit. Anytime you introduce something that touches identity and verification, people are going to have strong feelings. You mean they're going to react normally as any upstanding American citizen should? Rightfully so. In hindsight, we should have provided more detail on our intentions and how the process works. You did. You provided your intentions, which were to lie to us and tell us it's for the kids. We know it's not. The way this landed, many of you walked away thinking we're requiring face scans and ID uploads from everyone just to use Discord. That's not what's happening. But the fact that so many people believe it tells us we failed at our most basic job. Clearly explaining what we're doing and why that's on us. I got a fat willy right now. On top of that, many of you are worried that this is just another big tech company finding new ways to collect your personal data, that we're creating a problem to justify invasive solutions. I get that skepticism. It's earned, not just towards us, but toward the entire tech industry. But that's not what we're doing. Asking you to take our word for it is, this company is on its knees. They are begging you now. Oh my God. I have waited for a moment like this. I wish we could get gaming companies to do it, but the fact that we're getting Discord to do it, it shows that your influence clearly hit them right in the nutsack. You guys canceling your Nitro, that's what spiraled this company out of control. And they're going to say, oh, this is what we're actually trying to do, which we don't have to get into this because this is all basically the exact same gibberish that they tweeted in that long post on X. Here's the new stuff. What we're changing right now. We heard you, and we want to get this right. So here's what's happening. We're delaying our global rollout to the second half of 2026, where we have legal obligations. We will continue to meet them, but we will only expand globally after we've done the following. Adding more verification options, vendor transparency, a new spoiler channel option, a technical blog post, age assurance data in our transparency, or none of that matters. People don't want any ID process.
Walk your
My
own
God,
path.
Instead of learning from this,
Power
they're
is to be
actively
wielded,
choosing to double
not
down.
feared.
It's funny, they think the companies that they chose to use is the problem and the way they explained it. No, the problem is the entire process. You're still going to try and roll this out? Are you stupid? Are you retarded? Right now, platforms like Reddit and Twitch are also being targeted for not, quote unquote, protecting children, as if that's the job of any of these platforms. It's not Discord, Twitch, or Reddit's job to keep your own kids off the internet and not looking at things. That's your job as a parent. Yeah, in spite of that, this is still the scapegoat they're using. The children, it's all about the kids. So much so now that there's insane bills
Video
trying to
games
be
are
passed
for kids.
that take it a step beyond what Discord wants to do with Face ID or even what the UK wants to do. And it's coming within our own country, straight from Colorado. Colorado proposing bill to move age verification to operating system rather than website.
Colorado.
Probably the most
'cause
alarming thing
it's
I've read in
Peter
quite a
Thiel.
while. Essentially, the onus to provide age verification will get moved from websites to
The Battle
operating
of
system
Colorado better
providers.
not be the Battle
This
of Los
needs to be
Angeles,
stopped
too.
as soon as possible.
Oh, God.
Would micro slop
I
go
will
along
fight
with
for
this?
Colorado. If the
Probably.
right
Hell,
wing thinks that they're gonna move from Los Angeles and New York to fucking Denver, I'll fucking kick them out of my fucking city myself. I'll kick them out of my own city myself. Peter Thiel did move to Denver. Peter Thiel moved to fucking Denver. You think the Antichrist is gonna spawn in my fucking city? You got another thing fucking coming. I'll fight you, bitch. I'll fight you in Denver. I'll fight you hand to hand. It's kind of like G-Man from the Half-Life series moved into my fucking city and they want to turn my city, Denver, into City 17. That's not gonna fucking happen, bitch. I'll fucking fight you right there in the 16th Street Mall. I'll fight you in the 16th Street Mall, and I know what it is. I'll fight you. I'll fight you, bitch. I'm Colorado's native son. You understand me? I'll fight you, bitch. Peter Thiel and the right wing is not getting a fucking hold in Colorado. I guarantee it.
Greetings, traveler. I offer rare goods from distant realms.
Oh, yeah, that's a good trinket.
Come back anytime.
I'll fight you in Denver, bitch. The right wing will not make their fucking satanic fucking entry into our fucking plane of existence in fucking Denver. I'll fight you, bitch. I believe Platt Park to be the nexus of the fucking universe, and I don't think that's a mistake. And I will fight you if you show up and try to jade Colorado into the new New York. I'll fucking
All paths are
I'll
possible.
stop you, bitch. I'll stop you.
The Rendori shall prove our
You can live in
worth.
Denver. Honestly, it only graces Denver, but don't start your war here, or I'll kick your ass out of Colorado.
Bill, an operating system provider would be required to collect a user's date of birth or age information when an account is established. The provider would then generate an age bracket signal and make that signal available to developers through an application programming interface when an app is downloaded or accessed through a covered application store. App developers, in turn, would be required to request and use that age bracket. What? Age verification on your own goddamn operating system? You mean if I want to open up Edge, if I want to open up Vegas Pro, if I want to open up Audacity, if I want to open up Ableton Live, it's going to require some sort of age verification through the fucking operating system?
Yeah, because I don't want fucking kids on adult stuff, and I don't want adults on kids stuff. Is that fucking? You're not seeing. I don't want adults on kids stuff, and I don't want kids stuff on adult stuff. This isn't it, but I do want that.
Soulscribe has betrayed us. She brought down our defenses, and her wastelanders are destroying the domes. They must be stopped. With our defenses down, there is nothing to keep the Devourers out. My people stand no chance.
Oops, yep, this started.
The Devourers seem to be coming from the annex.
This absolutely needs to be shut down. You need to inform everyone around you about this law. Every Coloradian or whatever you guys call yourselves that live in Colorado, all 5 of you. You need to protest this. You cannot let this get passed. At that point, we're all gonna have to jump ship and go straight to Linux, which I would hate because it would have to mean that I have to admit Mudahar was right. What's more, I bet it's all going to be running on some sort of AI system. You know it is. Let's be honest, these are laws being designed by PDFs to protect PDFs because there's so many of them and they're tired of getting caught and they need to build a system that doesn't put the spotlight on them so much because, as you know, once you're found out to be a PDF, your life is basically over. It's like the one and only thing that we're allowed to still hate and jail people for. I mean, unless you're the US government, which has covered up for the thousands of PDFs and Epstein files. It's old men realizing, oh shit, it's real easy for us to get caught. Let's make sure we don't have kids online. Let's just keep them locked up in our cabinets instead. As we speak, Valve is the only company that has rejected such a law and provided a substitution that's a lot more reasonable, that being your credit card. But every other company that you could think of, it has basically bent the knee. And I don't even know why I say bent the knee. They want this. They graciously do it because data collection is a big business, one that you or I could never invest in, and we shouldn't because of the ethics of it alone. As it is now, I guess I finally officially made up my mind. Goodbye, Discord. I'm sorry to everyone who joined the server. I know we've had a lot of fun there throughout the years, but this doesn't sit right with me. When I had heard the news that Discord admitted they were wrong and they wrote out a long apology, I thought that would be followed up with them saying, we're not doing this anymore. But no, they've decided to join the giant surveillance op against every living, breathing human being out there. I sincerely urge everyone else to do the same. I know it's a lot harder said than done because of the valuable services that Discord could provide, but then you'll realize you can get that just about anywhere else. The only problem is Discord is popular. Well, let's knock it down a peg or two, make it extremely unpopular. Let's switch over to Steam. Create forums there. Well, what's stopping us? What was stopping us to begin with? At this point, Valve may be the only company in the world that I can willfully support. Like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. With that being said, I will see you in the next video. Oh yeah, and don't forget to subscribe.
Africonga sucks ass.
They have brought so many many. They seek the complete annihilation of this place.
Your pursuit is pointless. Salhadar lives. My own stand. This place falls.
All of this destruction for the traitor?
I have no time for this. Tarbot, be certain they follow no further.
Get rid of him.
No prey escapes me. You will not even touch her shadow. Strip your bones. Claws of caress! Untouchable, unreachable. Not me! Oracle, I failed you.
We have broken through. We must stop Soulscribe.
Maybe I'll just play WoW on GeForce Now because it's really good for that. Game looks really good.
You built this place on the high temple of Koresh and questioned my wrath.
It was the only place our plans stood a chance of success.
The Revel brought nothing but destruction! You have no right to this power!
We did fail you, but destroying the dome will only hurt Koresh.
your destiny's author. Fate written in suffering. What your destiny's author. I write your destiny now. My enemies, unpunished.
So much wasted. All to honor an oath for a dying, treacherous king. But there was always the greater oath to save Karesh.
God, the music makes me happy. The music is the best part. I'm so glad to be here and hear it. I'm glad I'm alive 25 years later to hear it. I didn't think I would be. I thought I would be dead at the age of 27, and I lived my life as such. And I did die for all intents and purposes. Wreck my body, poison my brain, fucking smack the concrete with my fucking skull. Going 40. I don't know, like I should have, by all intents and purposes, died, but I'm glad I'm here to witness it. Okay, leaving this dungeon.
I offer rare goods from distant realms. I hope you find your purchase.
Some of the mods are still working, I guess, which is cool. I don't see a whole lot that I need. I suppose... DBM might be good. Oh, move any is working, huh? So I can move any, can I? Move any UI or frame, okay. Maybe Leatrix is still working, because this seems to be on the list. Is Healbot still working? I don't really need it, but... Is Healbot still working in Midnight, or is it broken? I see it on my WoW mods list on GeForce Now, but does it actually work? So apparently they didn't break Healbot, I guess. I don't know. Did they or didn't they? Let's go heal a dungeon and I'll see. Wow, that's Healbot. No, they broke Healbot, so that's okay. Maybe Better Fishing is working. I do like that one. I like being able to double click when I'm fishing. Oh, Blizzard Frames move. So I don't want that one where it's like move any. Because it's the same thing as move anything, really. I could do bartender, but I've gotten used to their system. I don't need it anymore. Decursive is broken, unfortunately. I wish I could get quest text. Maybe I should get into the Mythic Plus scene. I've never done it. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of the... Wow, the music's so fucking genuinely good. Okay, I am currently in, Helgatil, very good. Nobody in local, let's go. Ooh, lots of scouts, very good. I'll get used to medium because it keeps the frames really solid. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't call the stats solid, like 78. I think I need to reformat my computer, and I should have done it today. But I don't need to with GeForce Now, I guess. That's not much better than optimized for quality. Quality is about the same frame rate, basically. Because I'm not really running that many games. Yeah, like I'm running Eve, Mortal, FFXI. I guess Eve does eat a lot of the things. But I have basically the same frames in Ultra as I do anything else. It's stupid. Oh yeah, I'm sending stuff off. This is a good mix of games. WoW, Eve, Mortal, FFXI. It's all the games I've been playing. I mean, whatever. They're all good for different reasons at different times. Alright. Take the portal to Dornagal. Ground mounts are not allowed here. Hey, what's it drawing my attention to? Oh, it's a chest? Nice
No, no, no! The barrier projectors. You, come here. I need competent assistance.
I do not have a target. I need to get closer. I am out of range. I need a target.
Oh, is there like an undercity here? Oh, there is. That's what it is? Oh, okay. Oh.
Let us exchange words. Someone sabotaged the enclosures through that portal. Speak your mind.
The trust will save us.
Oh no, is this... Oh. I love this song. New World of Warcraft music. Yay, it's gonna be amazing tomorrow. I love the soundtrack the most.
Work cycle interrupted. May the Titans carve your path. Faith, order, we must remember both.
Good day to you. Very well, then.
There is much to discover. The skies call to me. It is a world of wonders.
Oh, look, I can go for a couple of upgrades. Maybe I should do my weapon. Yeah, let's do my weapon. I like this staff a lot. Or I don't know. This trinket might be really good. Yeah, thingy that gives me crit, but I don't have 15 rune. Delves. You can do tier 8 delves. I didn't know that. Well, let's begin work and see what we can do. This is one of my set pieces, so I'll... Yep, there we go. I'm at, eye level's at 123, which is what it was before I did the upgrades, which is so dumb. Oh, I need a gem for this necklace. I forgot about that. Maybe I can get a haste necklace, or haste gem, I mean. I can't remember where the auction house is. Is this it? No, this is the bank, and I need the bank.
My directive is to serve.
In the Warband Bank, I want to put these weapons here. Sword. That thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing. Those are all good pieces. Yeah, fuck it. Actually, I want to put, like, anything in here that I can, essentially. Wait, that's a... Oh, already known. It's a Delver's Dirigible. Can I sell it? I don't know what Delver's Dirigible is.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
Yeah, there's like some cool stuff here that I can like give to my alts, I guess. Yeah, not bad.
My directive.
Oh, I didn't upgrade my staff, and I kind of do want to upgrade this staff. It's a nice staff. My frames are not that good. I used. Oh, there we go. Control F. These frames are not that good. I suppose it is the city, but in raid and battlegrounds we dropped to 5. But on base, we keep everything in 10. I could drop the shadows trying to buy frames. Right now, I'm at 46 frames in Ultra. If I drop down, I go to 62, which is a significant fucking change for something I don't care about. Everything else is good. The view distance could be turned down. I don't know if it would buy me frames. No, I don't want to. Ray trace shadows, I don't want them. But I didn't buy any graphics really. The FOV. What else? Oh, I'm trying to go to that one place. Wait, no, I want to upgrade my gear. I want to upgrade further.
There is much to be done.
I will queue for another dungeon.
Farewell. I will do my duty.
300 Valor Stones. I'm too low to upgrade that. 75. I'm out of Valor Stones. How do you get these? Completing quests, raids, dungeons, battlegrounds, rematches.
If needed, I will answer the call.
Okay, what's the fastest way? I mean, I don't need this. I don't need my gear to be good. I don't. The expansion's tomorrow, so I really don't need eye level. It's more about gold. I kind of need gold and achievements and stuff of dungeons that people aren't going to run anymore. What else am I doing? I'm going into the vault because I think I've got some vault thing. Complete 4 heroic mythic time walking, or 8. So I see. So if you do all in all every week, so I could get a little bit more money that way. Mana Forge, Omega bosses, 2 delves or world activities. So yeah, that'll be another way to get like little gear upgrades and stuff. Not that it matters. I don't think it really matters. Ooh, money.
What is your command?
Yeah. Frames are better without shadows in the city. I bet out there they're even better.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse my inventory again.
You need a hammer? Or an open hand? Oh, Storm Rider Scout spotted our ships in the distance. They should arrive soon.
Yep, playing much better without the shadows. Maybe we can even turn them back on. Now we're getting 120 solid. The recommended is high. It did drop me by 20 frames though, so no. Yeah, big fucking difference between low and even fair. So just don't render them. This? Oh, I captured. Nice. Shadowlands. Shadowlands.
Apologies. The cosmic backwash was turbulent. This is as close as I could get you. Solia must be nearby. Were I to make a wager, I'd put coin on the ruins ahead.
I should buy 100 really good potions. So I just potion whenever I'm hurt.
Power eludes your grasp, Alldayerrydaybaby. A tenet of your cartel.
Power without wisdom leads to ruin, Solir.
See how your wisdom fares against the might of the Titans.
You are unworthy to lay claim to these realms. You desecrate these halls. Only fire will purge your transgressions. Burn, interlopers! The temple must be purified!
Hello? Hello? I do, yes, uh-huh. Yes, no problem. I'll take the truck if I need to. I didn't have Good. Well, that's good. That's what I want to hear. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to do 5 things at once.
Curse
Yes,
of flesh
so you don't know if we're going to do dinner or not. I think that was just it, yeah. Okay, yeah, just let me know. I mean, I don't mind cooking at all.
You desecrate these halls. Only fire will purge your transgressions. Burn, interlopers! The temple must be purified! Only fire will purge your transgressions! Burn, interlopers! Temple guards, come to my aid! That artifact will end you all.
Celia's arrogance will be her downfall. Ah, a taxing journey. But our path remains true.
have a talent for acquiring intriguing artifacts. This was found among the ruins of the Black Empire, yes?
Ye have an eye for treasure, but not enough smarts to stay away from it.
Apologies, Captain. Please direct your grievances towards my associates.
You lot meddled with the wrong buccaneer.
Our captain is a dragon? Our captain is a dragon!
A chest of gold to whoever brings me their tongues. Take no prisoners!
Arr! We've brought out the big guns, Captain!
Take no prisoners! Take no prisoners! Take no prisoners! Take no prisoners! You
Oh, I got
know
lost.
not the power you chase. Must you hound my every step? You cannot control this power. The artifact belongs in a museum.
Only the withered and dead belong in
Oh
museums.
my god.
Like your cartel. Your cartel has dissolved into dust. I choose to lead mine to glory. I will unmake you! Guards, remove these pests! Oh, the stars are mine! This power is vast! Bow before cartel's soul! Oppose me and be extinguished! You are nothing! How dare you hinder me! The power of the first ones, mine to control!